right. Let's see what we got here. Stop the music. What is up, my friends? Good to see you. I know there's a couple of people in right now. I'll give you all a few minutes to filter in for whoever's going to be here. Let's see here. Just situating a few things. Every time I do these, it's kind of like a little bit of a growing pains situation to get everything back to where. So I always kind of change my setup a little bit. It's never the same thing twice. All right. How's everybody doing? I see the chat. Let's see who we got here. Got Gina, Lady Ryder, Jennifer, Zen, Tariko, Flip It, and Gabe. You were the first one up there. I'm not sure if you're still around, but we will see momentarily, I'm sure. Man. Let me know how y'all are doing in the chat here. Hoping that everything is going well with all of you. And just trying to see what's going on here. Zen says, I have little money. That's unfortunate. I hope that situation turns around for you. And if you have little money, probably not going to like all the flossing that I'm about to do with my new merch stuff today. I've been waiting for this exact weekend to show off a couple of my new designs. And one that went really poorly, I'll show you all later if whoever sticks around for after the stories. I'll just be fooling around a little bit. And I also have another special treat if I get around to it. I brought my iPad in here into the studio today. So possibly after the 4 stories, I got 4 stories, 2 that you might have heard before and 2 that you've never heard before. But after I'm done with that, I might break out the iPad and I got a second camera now that I can sort of point at the iPad while I'm doing, so I could do my thumbnails. I might do a little bit of that if I got the energy later. Who knows? I don't know if I will. We'll see. Let's see who we got here. Brett, hello there, my friend. Sans Serif, Soul Power, Mr. Dan, what is up? Got some members in the house tonight. That's awesome. Got a few red skulls. Probably going to be transitioning, evolving into gray skulls pretty soon here. Appreciate you all. Flip It says, good except for back pain. Hopefully you can relax a little while you're listening. Back pain is something I'm quite familiar with, and turns out I'll probably be familiar with it the rest of my life, according to several neurosurgeons. LOA Blue, T Tui, what is up, my friends? Good to see you all. And hey, by the way, the members, I just want to let y'all know real quick. It gives me a lot of trouble when I try to release a couple of videos early each, at least a video per week, a couple days early for my level 2 members and up, but YouTube is still sort of experimenting with those settings, so I hope that you're not too disappointed with that. I'm working on coming up with more perks for the membership. If you all have any ideas, please do let me know. All right, got a few people in here. I'll wait for a couple more and see if, because we got to get the conversation going if we're going to have that good meaty discussion portion at the end of the stories, at the end of the videos that I put out. Mr. Dan and Horror, I'm glad you love your skull, my friend. I love that you love it. Got a new drink in here tonight as well. It's mint oil with honey in some hot water. It's like a tea. Hopefully I don't get too sinusy. Dark Phoenix, what's up, my friend? And Gabe, you're still around. That's cool. All right. Here we go. Holly Prescott, hello there, my friend. Good to see you. All right. So, first of all, check it out. Brand new design. Well, you might remember, Leisha, hello there. You might remember the wolf skull design that I did a long time ago. Didn't sell too well. It wasn't, people weren't super excited about it. It was a really sketch-like design, but what I had in my mind when I created that was this exact image, where it's actually, I learned a whole new program to be able to do this, and it's actual literal geometric perfection the way it's designed. I was able to use what's called vectors to make the design that was in my head, rather than roughly sketching it out on my iPad, which I did before. I learned this program called Affinity Designer that allows me to use mathematically accurate measured vectors and shapes to do exactly what I wanted it to do. And I even added this little blood dripping down here. I'm going to show you guys some of these designs a little bit later on in the show, because I'm super excited. I got some mugs and some other stuff coming down the pipeline for y'all as well. And everything's up on, I actually got a new domain for my store. My merch store is just mrxdreams.store. So super simple, easy to remember. So if you want to check it out there, you'll see all the new stuff that I'm going to talk about later on in the show. So who we got here? Ori Miller, hello there. And Cadillac DeVille, what is up? All right. So we got a couple people in here. I think I'm going to queue up the first story. Lila W, hello there. Okay, let's see. What do we got? So I got 4 stories for you tonight. And as I often like to do, I want to give you all a little bit of a vote or a say in what we're going to get into first. Because I like to treat others the way I want to be treated. And if I was watching a stream, I'd like to be given a little bit of say in what's going on. So that's what I want to do for you. So I've got 4 stories, and I'll give you a general overview of what they are. So I've got a vampire story, one that you all might have heard before if you've been listening for many years. This is one that I got in really the early stages of my channel. And hello there, Cloud Girl. I totally revamped it and rewrote the whole story, gave it a little bit more atmosphere, and because back then when I first started, the writing was a little bit rougher, and I'm still proud of what I did, and it's one of the higher viewed videos on my channel, way higher than I get nowadays after post demonetization. But yeah, I redid it. Hopefully this one will do just as good as the last one did. So I got a vampire story. I've got a strange cryptid story by one of our fellow dreamers you might know, Samantha. I don't know if her name is pronounced Suduth or Suduth, I'm not sure. Samantha, she's here on the live streams all the time. Not sure if she's going to be here today. I hope so, because I have a few questions about the story as well. So, cryptid encounter, vampire encounter. And another cryptid, the laughing monster, which inspired me to make one of my most prized designs that you're going to see on my merch. I don't have a shirt of it yet, but I probably will get one, or at least maybe a mug. The laughing interdimensional dimension hopping cryptid out in Cape Cod. That's another old school story that you might have heard before, but never like this. I totally revamped and updated, added some more atmosphere, some more descriptors for you to really put yourself into the shoes of the person who reported this story. And then last but not least, I have a story from Reddit about an encounter with a ghost, which is one of those rare, uplifting, feel-good type stories that has to do with something very strange and sort of creepy if you really think about it. But it had a great. There's some really positive elements to it. So I'll see what you all are feeling right now. Uh-oh. I accidentally clicked on Steam. I don't need Steam right now. It's probably not even updated. Who has time for video games when you're trying to crank out one video per week on YouTube? Huh? I don't know. All right, so ghost, vampire, monster, cryptid, skinwalker thing, or laughing monster. Whoever gets 2 votes first, I'll go with that one. Mommy Mao, LA Star. Who else we got here? Simply Ramona, Daryl. Oh, some new names over here. Okay, so the first one who got 2 votes was the vampire story. So I will be starting with that one. It is a good one, and I believe it might be one of the longer ones that we have for today. Let me see here. Vampire. I think it's one of the longer ones. Yep, it is the longest one. And so that works out pretty good. And since Laughing Monster got the votes, there was the runner-up, we'll jump into that one next. And yeah, welcome to everybody who's not been here before. I'm seeing a bunch of new faces. New names, and I'm digging it. I love it. Mommy Mao used to be Merple Durple. I might have seen that name before, but yeah, I didn't. Weird. Okay, Samantha is in the house. Is anybody having any trouble with sound? LA Star. Let me see. Okay, yeah. I feel like I've seen LA Star around before. Hello there, Mary C. Good to see you. Rawati, what is up? Primal Werewolf, what's up, my friend? Yeah, okay. Simply Ramona, new name, old face. That happens. Dark Waters, best narrator in the business. Oh man, that's a high praise coming from a man, Dark Waters. Dark Waters is one of the godfathers of storytelling here on YouTube. Y'all know who he is. You know what the deal is. One of my oldest allies and friends on here. Let's see. Yeah, Samantha. Let me type something here for Samantha real quick. Sound seems to be good for everybody else. All right, Mommy Mao. Mommy Mao, welcome to Seeker, my friend. Good to see you, and good to have you in the group. Let me see. I totally forgot to. Yeah, by the way, if you want to sponsor the show, all you got to do is send a super chat. Anyone will do. Any kind of super chat, any amount. And we will take this from there. I'm just got to start my running thing because I like to thank all the super chat people and my members as well. Let's see, members, super chat. So Mommy Mao just became a member. Got that crispy white skull next to your name from now on. From now until whenever you're done with your membership. Very nice. Official sponsor. So, a couple things for y'all to keep in mind before I get into this story. A couple things for everybody to keep in mind. Let me see. Kim Olsen, what's up? Unchained Soul. Kadrico. Wow, bunch more people coming in. That's awesome. Awesome. All right, so keep in mind, while you're listening to the story, if you have any questions or comments or observations or concerns or whatever, anything that you feel like might add to the discussion, keep that in mind, because towards the end of the story, I'm going to actually ask for your feedback, and I'll throw out a couple of questions of my own for people to listen to. But when the actual video gets produced and it comes out, it's going to include some of your best comments and observations. A lot of times you guys think of stuff that I don't even think of, and it really uplifts and adds to the conversation and the thought-provoking value of these stories. So please keep that in mind when you're listening to the story, and I'll give you several reminders, several chances to put in your input. But yeah, I just like to give you a heads up before we really get into it. So I'm going to put on a little bit of ambiance. And we will do this. All right. Oh yeah, by the way, you'll notice something else new when I go to story time, like right now. You'll see a little preview of, it's kind of crappy, I just did it really quick, but cutouts of some of the new designs that I recently put up on mrxdreams.store. So here we go. Let's do this. Wait a minute. Can you hear the sound effect right now? I feel like it's a little low. Let me turn it up a little bit. It's really low. It's all right. I'll do rain instead. That should be, pretty sure you'll hear that. How about that? Let me know if you hear it, because I want to provide that nice ambiance. There we go. Okay. Need to work on those sound effects a little bit. No big deal. Okay. Here we go. This story has been pulled from the ancient archives of my channel, dusted off, and completely rewritten to provide the quality of experience you've come to expect in the roughly 5 years since we last discussed it. I hope you enjoy my reimagining of this haunting tale. Dear Mr. X, it's me, your fellow dreamer, Selena. I have an interesting story for you. When I was younger, around elementary school age, my family lived in a small 2-story home near the outskirts of Omaha, Nebraska. Before I go on, I sort of have to describe the layout of the property. If you were standing out in front, facing the house, you would see a small front lawn with nothing really going on as far as landscaping. There was a single lonely streetlight off to the left of the house, and my room was on the second floor, far right side, kind of sitting in the house's shadow. A quick side note before I explain what I saw. The kids at my school used to say that my eyes turned red whenever I got angry, so they gave me a pretty hurtful nickname. One day, I got home from school and saw it written with markers on my bedroom window, up on the second floor. I guess some of the older kids tagged it before I got there. Big jagged letters scrawled out the word demon across the glass. I couldn't believe someone went to so much trouble just to make me feel like even more of an outcast. They actually had to use a ladder we kept in the backyard of the house. It hadn't been moved in ages and had to be ripped out of the weeds and dirt that had covered it over time. They put it back before I got home that day, but left clear signs against the wall below my window showing that it was used. Patches of dirt, things like that. I was so mad that I threw a rock and shattered the window. My father had to cover it with a garbage bag and some duct tape. Anyway, the real story I want to share happened later that year during the summer. It was close to midnight when I got up to go to the bathroom. Even though it was so late, and I was so young, I was wide awake and full of energy. I decided to be sneaky and play some video games in my room instead of go back to sleep. About an hour later, around 1 a.m., out of nowhere, I heard a faint scream coming from outside my window. The only reason I was able to hear it was the fact that I had the volume turned down, almost at the lowest setting. I could tell it was the voice of a woman. A little scared, but extremely curious, I carefully ran downstairs to look out the living room window. It wasn't until I got all the way downstairs that I realized the whole room was somehow bathed in this deep, almost blood-red hue of light. As I surveyed the familiar, yet surreal environment, it felt like an alien world, despite the fact that it was full of furniture and items that I saw and enjoyed every day. I looked around somewhat confused. After a few seconds, I noticed that the main window was covered. I couldn't see outside. I surveyed the whole area within my view and realized that all the windows were covered. Not just that one. I walked up to the living room window. As I examined it, I saw something that made my stomach turn. The window was basically plastered with some kind of paper-like material that seemed to be soaked in red liquid. I ran back up to my room intending to hide. When I got there, I noticed that the area near the top of my window, the part that wasn't broken, was clear. The bloody covering wasn't there. I carefully climbed up on the sill, peering through the unbroken part of the window. Something about the situation made me feel the need to be quiet so as not to be noticed. Noticed by what exactly? I had no idea at the time. As I looked around, my eyes wandered over to the area of the lonely streetlight. When they settled on the area underneath it, the lone circle of light in the darkness outside, I saw the shape of a man crouching, hunching over an ambiguous form. I squinted my eyes to see what he was on top of, when my heart dropped. I saw the legs of a woman who lay motionless on the ground. The man had on an orange, short-sleeved shirt and what appeared to be jeans, but the girl was dressed in a sort of business attire, a long-sleeved, collared white shirt with a black skirt and stockings which initially made her figure a bit hard to make out. I saw a streak of blue in her otherwise brown hair, and it was spread out on the pavement below. I thought my blood would freeze solid when the man suddenly looked up, almost in my direction. His face was so pale that it seemed to glow against the darkness around him. A dark red smeared across his mouth and face. As you might imagine, that's when I realized I was looking at a vampire. As the shock and fear began to build in my mind, the man turned his head again, this time directly toward me. His face was clearly startled, He glared at me before sweeping the girl up from the ground and dashing away with such incredible speed. I could hardly believe what I was seeing. His movements seemed unnatural, even to my young mind. I went back downstairs after he left and saw that the windows were back to normal. There was no residue or pieces of whatever was blocking them before. The next day, I went over to the spot where the attack had occurred. I saw drops of blood on the pavement, along with a silver necklace. For some reason, I decided to take the necklace and clean it up. I still have it to this day, as you can see by the picture I sent you in my email. The crazy thing is, following the incident, I began having nightmares of my hands being drenched in blood. Those soon evolved into more intense dreams, where everything in my house would be spattered with blood. My bed, the floor, the ceiling, and the walls. It was terrifying, like I was living in a slaughterhouse. A few days after the nightmare started, I woke up and had some sort of bite mark on my arm. The bite was deep enough that it drew blood. I just decided to shower and cover it up, doing my best to keep it hidden because I knew no one would believe me. And I already had a reputation for being a quote-unquote demon at my school. On top of all that, I knew my mother would have thought the injury was something I did to myself, and I just didn't want the trouble. Looking back, I realized that it was totally stupid not to tell anyone about what I saw. Looking back, I realized it was totally stupid not to tell anyone about what I saw, not to mention bringing a necklace from a possible victim into my home. To this day, I don't know for sure what I saw. I was very young, but in my heart, I truly believe that man was a real vampire. Thank you for listening. Sincerely, Selena. All right. Love that story. Love it. It's an old school story. And definitely one of my favorites from the earlier days of my channel. Yeah, we don't get a lot of stories out of Nebraska these days, do we? Let's see, hello. Ambar, what's up, my friend? Good to see you. Mr. 115, what is up? Marquetta Jones, hello there. Yeah, old school dreamers will remember this one. This is definitely one of the OG level stories. All right, so what I'm going to do is read. I basically have some prepared comments for myself. I'm going to read those as part of the recording. And while I'm doing that, I want you all to type in your feedback, any comments or observations you had about the story. And if there's questions or interesting things you want me to touch on, write it in there. And if it's thought-provoking, I'll include it in the video. So, hey, Nightmare Files, what is up, my friend? Good to see you. Man, Nightmare Files is one of the few channels that actually kind of scares me a little bit when I go online. It's like, yeah, he's got some serious hardcore stuff on there. Check it out if you dare. I'll say that. Yeah. Let me see here. So I'm going to do my thoughts, and then if you heard the story, if you thought of any interesting comments or anything, I really want to know what you all think about. Do you think, being that she was pretty young, maybe like 5, 6, 7 years old when this happened, do you think that that's something that it would be give some kind of credibility? Do you think that takes away from the credibility of the story? Do you think that even if it was a child, that they would remember seeing something vividly that way? What do you think the significance of the dreams are, and dreaming of things being covered in blood and your hands being covered in blood, particularly when it comes to the fact that she picked up that necklace. And she did send me that a photo of a silver necklace, which she claimed was the same one that was mentioned in this video or in the story. So, you know, we take everything with a grain of salt, of course, but on this channel, you know me, I love suspending my disbelief and just diving into these things and sort of letting ourselves play in the realm of intrigue and speculation that is the world of cryptids and hidden supernatural paranormal things. So if you have any comments or anything, type it in here while I'm doing this section. Oh, Santiago Diablos, what's up, my friend? Good to see you. I noticed you pop in there. So you can't say I never acknowledge you anymore. All right, so I'll get into my thoughts and then we will check out what the dreamers listening to the live show have to say. First of all, I am probably planning to release this episode around Halloween time, so if I did do that, happy Halloween. If not, come back to this video on Halloween and listen again. Do me that little favor. And let me know you're watching it on Halloween. That would make my day. It's a very fitting theme, if you ask me. So, here we go. Now, I used to live in Omaha, unbeknownst to many of you, my dear dreamers. The old school folks might have heard this before. Something about the description of Selena's encounter took on an air of extra creepiness for me because of my familiarity with the area in which the events are said to have taken place. You'd be surprised at how much it elevates the experience of listening to a story when you have a nuanced appreciation for things like the atmosphere, the temperature during that time of year, the sights, sounds, and smells of the area where the story is happening. So when I heard this, being that it was one of the rare occasions I'm telling a story that took place somewhere I was familiar with, I was really able to empathize with all the other dreamers that tell me, they leave comments saying, hey, this story happened in my own hometown, for example. It's a really interesting phenomenon, I find. Also pretty rare. But I guess the bigger the audience, the more chances that's going to happen. So about the story itself. One thing that has always fascinated me was the element of the blood red paper-like covering that obscured all the windows on the first floor of Selena's house. It made me wonder what classic vampire ability or attribute might have been at play in those moments. Imagine the scene of going downstairs and your entire house is bathed in a blood red light, something you've never seen before. Must be extremely unsettling. Of course, we know this could have simply been the fever dreams of a young child, but as the real dreamers know, on this channel we explore even the most far-out possibilities, suspending our disbelief, like I said earlier, and indulging ourselves in these fantastic stories. In all my research in vampires and their ways, I've never heard of something that physically blocked the view of what the vampire was doing, something spontaneously coming up and attaching itself temporarily to windows, for example. Never heard of it before. So I wonder, then, if that creature was trying to be, if he was trying to be so stealthy that he would magically paper over the windows in a neighborhood, why would he then choose to commit those atrocities directly under the light of the only street lamp on the road? Very strange set of decisions there, but I mean, I suppose we'll never know. I myself have seen many people who would fancy themselves aligned with the world of night creatures, but I've never come across compelling evidence myself personally. The storyteller in me, though, simply must insist that I haven't yet stumbled into the right dark corner of the world to see what really lies hidden in the shadows. Whispers of blood-sucking monsters have been uttered throughout all kinds of texts and mediums across all of human history. In my opinion, these time-tested myths might contain some sort of grain of truth. So, my friend, what did you think about this story? I have a couple of questions for you down in the comments. Do you think that the being Selena saw could have really been a vampire? What do you think about the red paper that covered the windows? Have you ever heard of such a thing? What do you think about the red paper that covered the windows? Have you ever heard of such a thing? Do you think there may be a link between the encounter and Selena's mean-spirited nickname, where the children at school called her a demon? Something about the situation tells me there may be a link there somewhere. Also, what do you feel about dreams of blood? Let me know what you think down in the comments below. Now, it's time to open up the floor for the dreamers to weigh in. Remember, if you want a chance at your question or comment showing up in a future video, turn on notifications so you can catch the live reading and discussion. You could even sponsor a video with a super chat from there. Alright, so let's see what the dreamers had to say. Alright, boom, let's see if there's any good stuff here. Okay, Brett. Always coming up with thought-provoking questions and comments there, Brett. Thank you. Mary C. Let's see what Mary C. said. All right. Okay, so let's see if we can get a couple of more comments or a couple of more, what do you call it? Observations, anything that might add to the discussion, because I love having a little bit of extra stuff to talk about towards the end of these videos. I'll give you all a couple of minutes. I know this is a tall order because probably not a lot of narrators ask for this type of feedback to go into a video, but I always like including the dreamers in these productions. Unchained Soul, I did not see your comment on her eye changing. Eye color changing. Okay, the genetic quirk thing. Let's see. I'll throw that in there. That might be a good little tangent. What did I just hit? Okay, cool. Arlene, hello there, my friend. Okay, no worries. Hey, drive safe. Drive safe. All right, Tariko, thank you for the comment. Yeah, I really depend on you all for some good feedback so that I can actually be stimulated. You know, I enjoy being challenged and even enlightened on many occasions by your... Okay, Ramona. Nice. I enjoy being enlightened by your unique perspectives. Everybody's got their own experience and their own views, and it oftentimes leads to very interesting conversation. I think I might do a stream on Halloween night. That might be fun. I think what is Halloween this year is on a Sunday. If I can get Monday off, maybe I'll do that. We'll see. That would be pretty fun. Let's see here. Ooh, Sleepy. Good one. Oh my gosh. See, this is what I'm talking about, y'all. This is good stuff. I'm going to read all these comments in a minute. I'm typing them down so that I can actually save them as a part of the document whenever I'm done with this part of the story. Man, that's a good one. That's a good one, Tariko. Yeah. Yep, Ambar, true that. True that. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. I think we're good. We're good for now with the comments, and I'm going to carry on. Very good stuff, y'all. I appreciate it. You came through on this video. And because of that, this video is now going to be elevated to a level that I couldn't have done on my own. That's why I appreciate you all adding in your personal thoughts. No, I feel you on that, Kadriko. It could be. I mean, it could be it could be an easy thing to overlook. It's not the most evidence-based story, of course, and it's the testimony of a child. But it's interesting nonetheless to me. Let's see. Chell F. What is up, my friend? New subscriber. Think my channel is great. The stories are good, quite enjoyable. Well, I appreciate you, my friend. Good to see you. Thank you for joining. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the show today. Thanks for stopping by the live stream. All right. And don't forget, everybody, if you want to sponsor the show, you want to sponsor my work on this channel, all you got to do, any super chat, any amount, and you will be entered in as a sponsor. Okay, so here we go. All right. Back to story time. All right, so got a lot of amazing, thought-provoking content from the comments with the live listeners here. Very much appreciated. That is what elevates this show to something beyond what I could do on my own. Having the unique perspectives and ideas of the people that care enough about my work to come in and listen when they have a chance, you know, it's not always doable, but it's always appreciated. So, Sleepy says, dreaming of blood could mean that she may be forever connected with whatever she encountered. Scary thought. Scary thought indeed, Sleepy. I would hate to imagine, especially the fact that one thing that kind of hit me was her hands were spattered with blood in the beginning when she first started dreaming about this. But then later, everything around her began to be covered in blood, which is seems to be indicative of some sort of progression of whatever was happening with her. And that's definitely something I hope is not the case. I will send her an email and check up on our friend Selena, see how she's been over the past few years. I think I might have messaged her a couple of years ago just to check on her, but it's definitely overdue. So Brett says the person still having the necklace is interesting, and he wonders why the child might have just been bitten once. Yeah, that is a good question, because in my mind it almost seems like that bite, it was almost like a message. I don't know if it's seems like in the intervening years, Selena has grown up normally and is not claiming to have any kind of strange vampiric qualities about her life. So maybe it was just whatever happened to her. It was just some sort of warning or message. I'm not sure. Mary C says, I'd say just because they're young doesn't take away from the credibility. Most parents won't let their kids see horror movies with that level of blood, so it would be a pretty vivid memory. I agree. If someone's, like 6 years old, I would imagine they haven't seen any graphic murders perpetrated by vampires on TV or in movies. But then again, I'm pretty sure I saw Freddy Krueger at some point in passing, walking through. Maybe one of my aunts or something was watching it, and I had some serious nightmares from that. So who knows? But there's under certain circumstances, I do believe a child's testimony should be taken somewhat seriously. But it's not really a big deal breaker for this channel anyway. Still a very interesting story. Unchained Soul says, sounds like she has an interesting genetic quirk. Yeah, that I wonder about, because it seems like the only reference to her eyes turning red is her mentioning that kids said that about her. It wasn't something that she identified with on her own. So I wonder if that's really something that happened, because I believe that is possible. Just in the realm of the mundane world, it is possible for someone to have a condition where their eyes turn red. I could imagine. I've heard of it before, is what I'm saying. So Tariko says, hang on. So Simply Ramona says, silver is an interesting choice for a vampire. And I think what Simply Ramona was trying to say was that maybe the necklace might have belonged to the vampire or something like that. But I think Tariko had an excellent point when they responded, perhaps the necklace was left behind because the vampire could not touch it, which is a pretty interesting idea. I don't know how the vampire would have gotten it off. Maybe he used the skirt of his shirt or his jacket or something like that to rip it off without touching it. But it's an interesting idea to think that might have been left behind because the vampire's like, yeah, I need to go, but I don't want to deal with this silver thing because that burns. Another great observation by the dreamers. Dark Phoenix says, why do her eyes change to red? Was she bitten by a vampire before? It's another really interesting little tidbit. It almost points to a broader story that might go beyond what I was told in the original email when Selena reached out to me. Imagine that she has some sort of genetic trait of vampirism, or something has happened to her, or maybe passed down to her, and we're going into super crazy town right now, but screw it, let's just go. Imagine Selena's parents are somehow affiliated. They have some sort of vampiric qualities to them, or an immunity to vampirism, maybe. Some kind of genetic quirk, like someone said earlier. And maybe that's why when she was bitten, nothing happened to her. Super interesting idea to think about. It kind of makes me want to write a little story or something, a little short blurb about it, just to get it out of my head. I love this type of stimulation mentally. It's awesome. Ambar says, blood in dreams can represent facing your fears or dealing with guilt. And I wonder what that would be for her, for Selena in this case. I would imagine she probably feels a little guilty for not saying anything when she saw a woman being possibly hurt. And picking up the necklace and taking it inside and washing it off, I'm not sure what her intentions were with that, if she just really wanted the necklace and saw that as her only opportunity to get one, or if she had something else on her mind. I'm not sure. I should probably have asked her that, but this is 5 years ago that I received the email, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to do there. But yeah, there could have very well been some guilt hidden amongst her thoughts there. Very interesting stuff. Thank you all so much for your contribution and giving me more to talk about and more to think about with this story. This is my favorite part of every video that I do. So thank you all very much, especially the live listeners. And I'll be looking forward to more comments from you all listening after the fact when the whole video is produced. And I would love to see if you all have any additional conversation starters about this. So, before we close out the video, I'm going to go to the Dreamers one more time and see if we could find a good code word to end this and finish strong. Stand by 1 sec. All right, we got our first super chat of the night. Super chat sponsor Ellie. Thank you so much for the flying pear-shaped superhero. Awesome, my friend. I'm going to add you to the sponsor list. Very nice. Appreciate you, my friend. Mary C. suggests the code word Lestat. That's pretty good. Samantha says silver. A little on the nose, but not bad. Let's see here. I think I might have missed someone. 20 frames per second. Hello there, my friend. Good to see you. I'm glad I'm back as well. Been back for a little while now. Oh yeah, Jessica Bullock and Chuki, or Chucky. I forget. Is it Chuki or Chucky? I'm not sure. Red Eyes. That's a good one. Dark Phoenix, Red Eyes. I dig that. It's a little more subtle. A little more subtle. I like that. We're gonna go with that one. Okay, so Zach Carpenter, hello there, my friend. First live stream you've been able to catch. That's awesome. Yeah, all right, so let's do it. I'm going to finish this out right now. All right, so user Dark Phoenix suggested the fantastic code word, Red Eyes. So if you're listening to this part of the video, you're exactly the type of dreamer I'm looking for. Type the words Red Eyes into your comment down below. Be creative with it so I can see you. Take care, my friends. Until next time. All right. Okay, that was one story down, and it only took us 1 hour. Imagine that. All right, let's see here. Selena Vampire Story. Raw. Man, I recorded this rain sound effect track in my backyard a couple of weeks ago, and when I listened to it, I realized how many weird animals are out there in the environment around my home. It's pretty creepy. Some of them sound really weird. All right, let's see here. Save that. Just make sure this worked. Say that my eyes. Okay. Yeah. I was on a roll there for a couple minutes. I almost thought I was going to get through the whole story with no mistakes, but it was not to be, sadly. I always get a couple. All right, so what did I say I was going to do next? Laughing Cryptid. It's going to be nice. It's going to be next, rather. All right, Laughing Cryptid. So you guys saw during the story time slides, you saw the Laughing Cryptid Brewing Company design that I came up with and I worked on for quite a while. Those are live now. You can check it out at mrxdreams.store. Actually, I should probably I should probably put down, I'm going to do that real quick if you excuse me. So, no, that's not what I wanted to do at all. What I wanted to do is, okay. All right, so I know there's like more and more stuff crowding on my screen, but I'm gonna throw that on there too, just to let everybody know what's up. Okay, I don't need to have this many. That was unintentional. All right, that's good. That should be good there. Throw that there, and then I'll take this, and then do it like that. How about that? That's not too bad, is it? I don't think so. Can you even see what it is now? No, put it right there. There we go. How's that look? Yeah, that's not bad, is it? I think it's a good balance. Fair enough. Yeah, I came up with that Hell Doge thing the other day, and I immediately created it. And I love it. And if y'all don't know, like the little emoji looking ones, the little slash heart and my face with hearts all over it, those are emojis that I created from, and actually the Hell Doge as well. Those are emojis that I created for the Discord that I do. As people, I know a bunch of y'all are in it, and people are nuts in there. It's really fun. Lots of little discussions and sidebars all the time. I'm in there pretty much every day. Little by little, I'll chime in and stuff like that. Have little chats with people. Super fun stuff. I never thought I'd get into Discord, but I actually enjoy it quite a bit. Let's see here. Yeah, Simply Ramona, it looks like you've got some pretty in-depth knowledge about eyeballs. I see, and that's what I'm thinking. I wonder, it's not really been made clear whether she was claiming that her iris changes red, or if it's her eyes, like I don't know if that would be the cornea, or if that's the same as the sclera, I'm not sure, turns red. I mean, I'm sure some people's eyes do turn red sometimes. Yeah, pretty slick little comments there, guys. All right, so, okay. All right, so I'm going to move on, try to increase my output a little bit here. Don't forget, pay attention to the story and at least enough where you can make an observation or two at the end, just so that we've got more to talk about. Because that'd be great. Yeah, you guys killed it in the first story, so I'm expecting great things. All right. Story number 2. Here we go. Don't forget, y'all, Super Chat sponsor, instant status as a sponsor for the channel with any Super Chat. All right, here we go. Imagine staring into a shadowy forest behind your home, knowing that something strange and unknown lurks within, just beyond your sight. a thing that seems to play a game of interdimensional hide and seek, beckoning you to enter the darkness. Tell me, friend, what would you do? Listen to this story and let me know. Hello, Mr. X. My name is Raphael. I was wondering if perhaps you knew what to make of a bizarre experience I've had. A little bit of background before I begin. Every year, my family spends a month or so at our summer home in Cape Cod, Massachusetts. The house is pretty old. By the looks of it, I believe it used to be a hunting lodge. It lies fairly deep into a wooded area, with only a couple other homes spread out in a sparse, vaguely neighborhood-style layout. None of the houses seem to be occupied year-round. I'm guessing because they're all summer homes. So whenever we're out there, it's almost always perfectly quiet. Or at least, it used to be. A few years ago, I started noticing a strange sound coming from the woods surrounding the home. It took me a moment to grasp what I was actually hearing because it was so out of place. The more I listened, the more I realized it was the sound of laughter echoing through the night air. The cackling was always highly exaggerated, like something you would hear from a ridiculously over-the-top villain in a movie. It was maniacal, totally uncontrolled. The sound seemed to get slightly louder, closer every time I heard it. Now, I want to clear something up. On very rare occasions, some of our distant neighbors happen to come to town around the same time as us. They are known to play loud music and throw parties in their houses, etc. Whatever this noise is, though, it doesn't seem like something any of the residents would have. It doesn't seem like something any of the other residents would spend their vacation doing. At least, not unless they were completely out of their minds. The thought of someone going out into the woods in the middle of the night. The thought of someone going out into the woods in the middle of the night and just laughing at the top of their lungs for hours is chilling enough as it is. For a long time, I had no idea where the laughter came from. It would start abruptly, seemingly at random hours of the night, and end just as suddenly. Sometimes it would be fast, others slow. Sometimes it was deep and low-pitched. Others it was shriekingly high. What made things even weirder was that sometimes I would try to investigate the area in the mornings after I heard the laughing. When I did so, I found dead animals, mainly rodents, rabbits, squirrels, things like that, around the woods. The carcasses would be fresh, with bright red blood, often seemingly partially eaten and tossed around haphazardly. This happened more than once. I eventually took up the practice of staring out into the woods to see what in the world was doing all that awful cackling. In retrospect, I wish I had just minded my own business. One evening, as twilight began to set in, ooh, that was messed up. One evening, as twilight began to set in, darkening the sky, another fit of laughter bellowed out of the woods, cutting through the serene quiet of the night. Annoyed, I sat by a window, scanning the woods for any signs of movement. After a while, my eyes caught onto something that took me a second to make out. As soon as I noticed it, The laughter got much louder. Next to a tree, I saw part of an outline of something. It was like it was trying to hide itself. What I saw was a squat, hunched-over figure. It was about 4.5 feet tall, judging by the nearby trees. It had an unusually shaped head. It almost looked like a plague doctor mask with a large, beak-like protrusion. The head itself seemed to jut out of its chest, because it was so severely hunched over. Its eyes were large, tinted with a sickly pale yellow. It had human-looking arms, but they were extremely thin, like the limbs of someone long dead of starvation. It had absurdly long, twig-like fingers with rounded fingertips. The most bizarre part, however, I noticed when my eyes naturally followed the shape down to where the legs would be. At that moment, I saw that from the lower abdomen on down, the creature's body appeared to fade away from existence. The best way I could describe it is the look of smudged ink on paper, the way it goes from solid to immaterial in a smooth stroke. That's what it looked like. I couldn't see anything resembling legs on it because the area was completely empty as far as I could see. Even stranger, the creature didn't seem to float. It definitely appeared to be standing there as if it indeed did have legs. As I stared at it, bewildered, the sound of laughter seemed to jump around, coming from different spots around the outside of the house. After a few moments, the creature turned away, and the rest of its body faded into that same nothingness. The laughing noise faded at the same time. I saw the creature once more under very similar circumstances. It was near the lake, only it was near the lake instead of in front of trees. Man, there's a lot of weird noises in here. I might have to redo this recording, the rain recording I'm talking about, not the story. All right, now I gotta find my place again. That happened to be the last time I visited the house. I want you to know before anyone asks that yes, I have tried to record the sound before, but each time all I can capture on the recordings is white noise. I do know my mom has heard it because it's woken her up several times at night. My brother and his girlfriend were out walking one afternoon when they told me they heard it as well. So no, it's not just in my head. If you or anyone else has any clue as to what this is, please let me know. I would very much appreciate the peace of mind. Sincerely, Raphael. Okay, let's see here. So, bring on the any questions or comments or anything like that that y'all have. This is kind of an old school fan favorite, including one of my favorites, just in how strange it is and how, I mean, everything about Raphael's account, everything that he says, it sort of gels together in a way that, in my opinion, it seems real. It seems real. It doesn't seem like something that somebody's making up or anything like that. It seems like there's a lot of details that sort of mesh together, and at the same time, it's a total enigma. So I do like this story very much. Let's see here. All right, so if y'all have anything interesting to share, or any ideas that would, or anything to say that would elevate this story the way that you guys did in the previous one. Rumpelstiltskin. Oh, hello there, Julie. Good to see you. Susan Butler, hello there. Hello from Nevada. Hello to Nevada. I'm going to throw a couple of these comments in while I have the chance. LOA. All right. Interesting. Okay, good ones. Ooh, an evil wonderland. That's an awesome idea. Samantha. Hello there, Reed. Good evening. Aesthetic Waif. Hello. South Africa. Awesome. It's quite a ways away. I don't know. What time is it in South Africa right now? It's gotta be a pretty big difference there. Here we go. 2 a.m. Wow. You must be a night owl there, Aesthetic Waif. Whoa. Driving through Texas. That's a long drive from Virginia to Texas. And you're still going? Whoa. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. All right. Okay, so I still got to do my little comments here, and y'all can keep saying what you got to say, and I will revisit that momentarily. All right. Yes, I got quite a few comments for this one. Yeah, we're making pretty good time on this one as well. All right. Hey there, my friends. Mr. X Dreams here. Unfortunately, although this story was originally sent to me about 4 years ago, I still have no idea what the creature described could be. In the intervening years, I haven't come across any similar encounters as of yet. In the intervening years, I haven't really come across any similar comments. Whoa, just got thrown off a second there. In the intervening years, I haven't come across any similar encounters as of yet. Thanks so much, Leanne, for the super chat. I will read that in a minute. However, what I do have is a brand new design that I created, inspired by my interpretation of the laughing cryptid's appearance. If you go to mrxdreams.store, you'll find my merch shop. In there, you may come across a whimsical design called the laughing Cryptid Brewing Company. I'm super proud of the design, so I hope you check it out and consider picking up a shirt, a hoodie, mug, or even a pint glass. Yes, I do have those on there. As always, if you do grab anything from the shop, make sure you send me a photo of yourself using or wearing it, so I can include you in my upcoming merch owner tribute video. So, back to my comments on the story. When I tried researching cases of laughing cryptids, the first thing that would come up was a humanoid cryptid by the name of Ingrid Cold, also known as the Grinning Man. Super creepy. Needless to say, he didn't quite fit the description, being basically a man, of what we hear in this story, but it did make me want to talk more about some of the obscure cryptids that can be found online, so stay tuned for that. One thing I didn't say before was the very real discovery of dead animals near the area where the laughs came from. I would definitely imagine a predatory bird or an other animal that could be responsible for killing so many rodents. But why leave them to rot without consuming the prey? Another thing to think about. Oh, wait a minute. Leanne, hi Mr. X. I hope everything is well with you and your family. Haven't been catching live streams lately. Just want to stop by and say hi. We'll catch up with the video later. Good night. Have a nice weekend. You too, Leanne. Sorry, I didn't see that. I didn't realize you were leaving. Otherwise, I would have stopped by and said peace out real quick. But maybe you'll see it next time when you log on to the after party, aka the actual video upload. Let's see here. Added Leanne to the awesome subscriber super chat sponsor list there. All right. Back to this commentary. Oddly enough, I was looking through the comments section of the original video I posted with this story about 4 years ago. I did it as a collaboration with my old friend Mr. Davis, who you should definitely check out if you haven't already. He blew up way bigger than me. Back then we were pretty much the same as far as subscriber count, but he's like in the 200s of thousands area now, and I'm still down here in the little leagues, which is all good in the hood because I love my dreamers. So in the comments of that video, a listener by the name of Alana Tropeano mentioned that they'd grown up in the area of Cape Cod and that their family had experienced some sort of bizarre traumatic event there that was apparently somewhat similar to the account Raphael had described in his story. Alana said that hearing the story really got to her and that her heart was absolutely thumping as she typed the comment after listening. Another listener by the name of Miss Sam Hain mentioned that she once went to a summer camp on Cape Cod and heard a mysterious noise emanating from the trees at night that sounded like something laughing. She also said that the camp counselors insisted that the sounds were actually coming from a bird, but she was a little dubious of that idea. This all made me wonder. Were the counselors right about that being some kind of strange bird, or were they hiding something? Were they really sure about the origins of the laughter? Or might there truly be a creature or entity in the woods there that is being kept a secret for some reason? Again, this is me with my quasi-tinfoil paranormal hat on. Always the funnest hat in my collection. Either way, I'm interested to know what you think about the story and its implications. A possible dimension-hopping, maniacally laughing being that hides in the woods behind your house. How would you imagine handling such a thing? Such a situation? Do you think this was a simple case of animal activity or even bizarre but mundane nature? Or was it something stranger? Do you think it's creepier to have an unknown cryptid in the woods or a deranged human being laughing maniacally in the darkness? I would definitely want to know what you think about that. Now, let's see what the dreamers listening live have to say. Remember, if you want to have your comments and questions become part of a future video and get the chance to sponsor a video series, make sure you have notifications on so you can be a part of the live readings. That's where I get all these great bits of input from my audience and put them right into the finished video. Also, if you send a super chat during the stream, you're automatically listed as the sponsor for that video when it comes out. So let's check out what the dreamers have to say. All right, I know there's a couple more. Tariko. Tariko is, you're proving yourself as one of the commenting MVPs over here, Tariko. Reed is doing really good too. Y'all are killing it tonight. I appreciate that. Never heard of Sleepy is also on point. Never heard someone describe a cryptid like that. So, yeah, good point. I do agree. Sleepy. Let's see. I'll put that one first. Forest Elemental. Forest Elemental. Very interesting concept there. Yeah, it's another good comment there, Reed. All right, let's see here. The Handbook of Shadow. No, I have not. I can't say that I've seen that. Zucker, what's up, my friend? Good to see you. I really need to do some research on the Fae. I'm going to probably say that again in a second when I read Samantha's comment. Aesthetic Waif, thank you very much for the super chat, my friend. You are being entered as we speak into the ranks of the super chat sponsors. Keep up the amazing work. Blue heart, my favorite color heart other than gray or black. Awesome. I don't know what a ZAR currency is, but I appreciate it, whatever it is. All right, so let's, man, this, is it just me or does this, is this rain sound effect really uneven? It's like it gets loud, it gets soft, it gets loud, it gets soft. I'll just turn it down a little bit. All right, let's finish this out. And we might even get in under 30 minutes. That'd be cool. All right. So, Sleepy says, I've never heard someone describe a cryptid like that. There's so much out there that has yet to be discovered or even seen. I absolutely agree, and that's the way that I like to approach these types of things. Just because it sounds crazy or weird or impossible absolutely does not mean that it is that. It may indeed be something that we just don't know. I mean, imagine that. We have to be humble when we're talking about some of this stuff. I mean, when we choose to suspend our disbelief and just sort of have fun and play around with these stories, that's one thing, but at the same time, things that have been thought to be impossible have been proven otherwise before, and they will again. So, let's just all keep that in mind when we form our opinions. Getting a little too many mouth noises here today. I don't like it. Julie says, Elemental, Redcap, Rumpelstiltskin sounds like possibly a forest elemental or a guardian of the forest. They tend to be very jealous of their domain. They tend to be very jealous of their domain. They'll attack any intruder. I can't say I've done too much research into the idea of forest elementals or any type of elementals, but I really probably should. LOA Blue says, one time, years ago, I was at work alone and suddenly heard laughing out of nowhere, didn't see anything. I can only imagine how creepy that is because I've worked late at night alone in the past, and freaking A, let me tell you, if I heard laughing in my area anywhere, I would have freaked out. It's just, you're already on edge, and you know that if something happens, you're pretty much screwed because you're by yourself. Yeah, that's a no-go for me. Jessica Bullock just became a writer. awesome, my friend. Thank you very much, and welcome to Mr. X Dreams channel membership. Enjoy that clean white skull, and anxiously await for it to turn blood red as it evolves into its final form. You'll see. Just had to type Jessica's name into the channel log right now for sponsors and stuff like that. Oh, we got another sponsor, Sleepy. Thank you so much, my friend. I was thinking this tonight was going to be a little bit low on sponsors, but we're getting there. I appreciate you all. Y'all are doing your thing. I could really use it right now. I appreciate it very much. All right, let's see here. What else we got? Flip It Productions says, "What a strange creature. Makes me think it stepped out of an evil wonderland." You know, the whimsical nature of this creature definitely screams Wonderland or some other fantasy-like thing to me. That's part of the reason why I made the wacky-looking design that I did for the merch line and for the emojis in Discord. A lot of you Discord users have already seen this because I previewed it, but it originally started as kind of like a shoulders-up design of that cryptid head and the hands kind of just cackling. But then I expanded it into a full body. It's pretty fun. I'm super proud of it. Again, go check out mrxdreams.store. You'll see what I mean. Samantha says, "A happy fae type creature." Again, fae. I keep saying this every other week. I seem to say this and I never do it, so I apologize. But I need to look into the fae and be a little bit more read up on that. I do acknowledge that, and I will get to it, I promise, at some point. Zucker says, "The way it was described, it simply couldn't be an animal." Yeah, I don't know of any animal that looks like a plague doctor. Unless it's some type of huge bird, but he said it had arms, like long emaciated arms, with long spindly fingers, which to me disqualifies any unless it's some kind of weird sick bird that has huge wings but lost all of its feathers. I don't know. I really don't know what to make of it. Reed says, "Here comes another Tulpa comment, LOL. I always welcome those, of course. The creature sounds sort of like an art piece that was brought into reality, with the description of the legs fading into this inky type substance." And it's also interesting, Reed says, that something would be cackling out in the woods so carelessly and leaving partially eaten corpses strewn around without care. Perhaps it knew that it could easily top the food chain wherever it goes. Imagine that, like having the power to just go to any location you want and know that nothing's going to be able to harm you or get in your way of what you want to do. That must be a really empowering feeling, and I would imagine if that creature is that powerful or that adept or skilled at whatever it does in life, that must be very liberating for it, and maybe that's the reason why it's laughing so much. I don't know. So finally, Tariko says, "It's strange how its legs couldn't be seen, but it still seemed to have them. Could it be a type of cloaking or camouflage?" See, this is the type of comment I like to see. Possibly the most. Ones that look at something in a little bit different way that changes the game. That's why I saved this one for last. Excellent work, Tariko. Cloaking. It could be that it's sort of passing from one dimension into the next, but the fact that it's standing there does seem to indicate that perhaps the legs were just invisible. It was partially cloaked for whatever reason. Who knows why? Maybe because it doesn't care, because it knows that nobody could really mess with it anyway. It'll just blink out of existence and show up somewhere else. And it was kind of flexing its abilities a little bit by bouncing its laughing all over the place as well. So, goodness gracious, excellent point. So, that's all for this video, my friends. Thanks for listening. Now, I want you to go out and be the best human being you could possibly be. Leave tomorrow's world better than you found it today. But before we go, I'm going to stop by the Dreamers listening live one more time and see if we can't come up with a really good code word. Master Panda, thank you so much for your super chat, my friend. You're added to the super chat donation roster for this series of videos. So you'll be seeing your name show up for the next month of videos. Man, I don't know what that weird noise is in the background. I'm going to have to get rid of that. Samantha says, giggles. That's a good one. I would concur with that one, Samantha. Let's see if anybody else has anything else, or if you all like the word giggles for the code word today. Well, not today, but for this video. And Brett concurs. That's good enough for me. All right, so Samantha says giggles. Yeah, giggles is pretty epic. So, Dreamer listening live, Samantha says giggles, the epic code word, giggles. Very on point for this episode. If you're still listening to this part of the video, type the word giggles in your comment. Be creative, impress me, surprise me. You know how I like that. And work that into your comment down below so I can see you. Until next time, my friends, take care. Thank you so much, Zucker, for your super chat contribution for today. Love getting those super chats. It really does help motivate me during these grueling live streams sometimes. Now, let's see here. Laughing. I'm just going to export this real quick. Laughing. Cryptid. Raw. Boom. Let's go. Just take a few seconds. All right. 2 down, 2 to go. And I'm gonna at least try to test out this thing, because I actually ordered a webcam, pretty inexpensive webcam that I just found out about this morning. I've been looking for a secondary camera to point, like where you can't see the area right here, but to point over here so that I can put my iPad here and I can live stream drawing my thumbnails and stuff like that. Or maybe in the future, a lot of you might have seen the community post I did, or I think I actually did on Twitter as well, talking about a graphic novel that I'm working on. I just been roughing out the story. The story's coming along really good. A graphic novel about, basically based on Haitian folklore and mythology and stuff like that, and even going beyond that to ancient African religious mythology and pantheons. And it's shaping up to be something really, really epic. And at some point I'm going to start drawing that and getting into the next phases of it. So yeah, I definitely want something. I want a way that I can live stream and kind of hang out and chat while you guys can actually see me drawing it and working on that one day. So definitely looking forward to that. Purple heart. Thank you, Zucker. Okay. Man, so many awesome emojis, custom emojis from the Mr. X Dreams channel members in here. Hello there, Lee. Good to see you. Hey, Kai, what is up, my friend? Good to see you. Okay, Daryl Zierlein. I don't know if I said hello to you. Hello, Daryl. And I think we're caught up there. All right. Yeah, the graphic novel project is it's gonna take a minute. I'm not gonna lie. It started. I was trying to do something really small and short, but I think it's probably gonna be a lot longer than I initially planned. But it's gonna be worth it. Guarantee you that. And you'll be able to see my creative process as I create the creative process, because I have not drawn a comic book in many years. It's been nearly I was testing that real quick. It's been almost 10 years since the last time I even attempted to do a comic book, and super fun and interesting when I get into it. Oh, hell yeah. Thank you, Tariko. Thank you for your super chat, my friend. And you're a member. That's like a double sponsor. See, only members can use the Mr. X face emoji, the slash heart, which is one of my favorites, the evil eyes. Oh yeah. You know what? I'm going to do this real quick before I go to the third story. I got 2 more stories, a ghost story from Reddit, and I got Sam's story. I'm going to save that for last, because I might try something different for that one as well. But I was waiting on a couple of extra members. So the way YouTube works, the memberships work is, if you you basically have a certain number of emojis that you can do based on the number of members that you have, the custom emojis that you can put in there. So I was waiting. I needed one more member in order to do a custom emoji. One more custom emoji than I have. So since we got that one more member today, I can now add another emoji. And that is what the hell I'm going to do right now in celebration of you all. So I just need to save it real quick. One second. Give me 1 second. I'm going to save that and add it right now. And you guys are going to love this one. Guaranteed. I'm not going to tell you what it is. I'm going to wait for someone to actually put it into the chat, and then you guys will see what it was. Luckily, I already had the file on my computer. All right, somebody's got to represent in a minute so that everybody can see what the new emoji looks like in the chat. All right. Oh, Aesthetic Waif, you joined. Thank you very much, my friend. Welcome. Welcome to the members. Super dope. That's 3 new members today. All right. I want you all to have the honor of using this emoji. Should be popping up any second now. It's uploaded. Hell yeah. All right, so there's one new emoji. The observant dreamers among you will see. Yep, there it is. There's the man. The little man himself. The Hell Doge emoji. I hope you all enjoy that. All right. Gonna get to the next story. All right, gonna do the ghost story, and then, like I said, we'll go to Sam's story. Yeah, Okay. Night Companion, what's up, my friend? Good to see you. No mouth, well, I was having a couple of mouth noises today, but I'm taking care of that with water right now. All right. I'm glad you guys like the Hell Doge emoji. This has been on my mind for like a week now. Okay, here we go. Story time. It's that time again, my friends. Time for a story that doesn't end in terror, heartbreak, or doom. This story is based on a Reddit post in the r/Ghost Stories channel by Ann Z. Brooke, entitled My Life Was Saved by a Ghost. The link will be in the description box below if you want to check out the original post, which I highly recommend. There's tons of interesting commentary and questions answered there. My boyfriend of 5 years has crushed on me for about 12 or 13 years. He was 2 grades below me and was the bad boy type, while I was more one of those stereotypical popular girls. I was taking all honors and college-level classes as well, so I wasn't really aware he even existed until I met him at my dad's business about 7 years ago. I only mention this because, apparently, he talked about me being his dream girl, and was always teased that it would never happen. So in 2009, he and his best friend, I'll call him Josh, were getting into pills. Unfortunately, we're getting into pills due to Josh's grandfather being an amputee. His grandfather was really bad at hiding his medications, often leaving large amounts of methadone, hydrocodone, and other drugs lying around his house. By the way, this was sort of before the major opioid crisis our generation is dealing with today. 2 days before Christmas 2009, Josh overdosed in the bedroom that my boyfriend is currently staying in. It's a long story, but basically, we moved back to our respective families because we were laid off during the pandemic. Josh died that day in 2009, but ever since then, I could swear I've felt his presence in the room. To this day, that room has never felt spooky to me, but I believe Josh, or whatever may be left of him, might be in the habit of pulling pranks on me from the other side. We have come to think of it as his way of congratulating my boyfriend on being with the woman he waited for so long. I've woken up to sticky notes completely covering my body, my drinks being poured all over the floor, and random objects moved right where I exit the bed so that I step on them first thing in the morning. Once in a while, I promise I even hear Once in a while, I promise I even hear giggling. That one kind of caught me off guard because we just had the code word giggling, or giggles. Each time I've angrily asked my boyfriend if he was messing with me, and he always says no. Mind you, I've grown exceedingly good at telling when he's lying. We like to think of it as Josh doing his thing, playing practical jokes, something he was well known for. But this is nothing compared to what Josh did for me back in 2017. This time, it wasn't a prank. Whatever has been messing with me all these years, it literally saved my life. About 4 years ago, I went into anaphylactic shock. I lost the ability to speak or move most of my lower body. I lost the ability to speak or move my lower body. I was upstairs with a steep staircase separating me from my phone, which I left on the couch downstairs. I remember crawling to the stairs, knowing it could be fatal if I smashed into the wall at the end. My goodness, guys. Knowing it could be fatal if I smashed into the wall at the landing at the end of the stairs. As I struggled, my brain running low on oxygen, I saw a vision of Josh, along with 2 other friends of mine who were also deceased. They ascended the stairs and carried my limp body down to the living room couch where my nebulizer and cell phone were. I picked up the phone and dialed 911, but I had no voice with which to explain the dire situation I was in. I looked up in desperation. My friends were all gone, except for Josh. He told me he was going to wake my boyfriend from the hammock. He told me he was going to wake my... Sorry, need some water. He told me I was going... Goodness gracious. He told me he was going to wake my boyfriend from the hammock, where he was napping in the backyard. Moments later, my boyfriend came running into the house, and by this point, I was dying. I could no longer use any part of my body, and no air came into my lungs when I tried to inhale. I remember thinking of my daughter and praying her father would help her navigate the loss and keep memories of me alive. Unfortunately, he actually died in a freak accident 8 months ago. So now I'm sort of fulfilling that role for him, but I digress. I struggled to remain conscious, but I was fading. Fast. My boyfriend saw the phone with the 911 dialed, the operator waiting on the line, and my sweaty blue body. He told them he didn't think I was breathing, but by some miracle, there happened to be an ambulance passing through my neighborhood at that very time. The hospital was 30 minutes away, and it would have been too late if they sent one from there. My boyfriend later told me that when he was sleeping in the hammock, he saw Josh appear in his dreams, telling him that I was hurt. The coincidence of the ambulance passing through, plus my boyfriend's sudden premonition, saved my life. If it weren't for Josh and those EMTs, I wouldn't be here today. I remember the EMT asking my boyfriend if I had overdosed, which I had not. I wasn't on anything at the time. Apparently, once they gave me a large amount of epinephrine, I was blabbering on about dead people saving me. I guess it's no wonder they thought I was high. The doctors and EMTs were baffled at how I managed to get down the stairs, or even stay alive long enough to get help. I ended up getting out of that horrible situation with nothing more than a tiny bruise on my leg, along with the worst headache I'd ever had. Turns out, I'm allergic to the latex in spray paint. The weirdest thing is, I never met Josh when he was alive. I don't even know quite how I recognized him. Even if I did hallucinate him, I would imagine that it would be hard to do that with someone you've never met. Still, he looked exactly like the picture my boyfriend showed me. I've had a lot of paranormal encounters in my life, but my run-in with Josh saved me, and he never even knew me. When Josh died, he was only 15 years old. Like I said, it happened in my boyfriend's home. Josh's death shook the entire high school and ruined my boyfriend's reputation. He's carried immense He's carried immense guilt for it ever since. So, anyway, thank you, Josh, for giving me more time on this earth to spend with my daughter and my boyfriend. I wish we had met many years before. I do hope you're resting peacefully, but at the same time, I don't mind you popping in once in a while to check on us. Okay. Yeah, that story was deep, man. Very touching. I imagine what she went through. I don't think she says her name in this, does she? No. Maybe it's Annie, something like that. Who knows? Or maybe it's Brooke. It's Anzie Brooke is the username. Very touching story, and I always like those stories that are sort of pick me up, like feel good, uplifting type things, experiences. So there's all kinds of comments that you all could make with this. I want you to give me your impressions or any observations, questions, comments, concerns, all that good stuff, and see if we can come up with some interesting expansion on the story itself to add a little bit more meat to the video when it comes out. And I know people, I say sometimes I repeat certain things, but it's really because, people come and go. Not everybody sits here for 3 hours listening to me. And some people might need to hear it. That's why I talk about the super chat sponsorship stuff every 30 or 45 minutes, because some people hop in, then they hop out, and then they don't know. But yeah, I like having the chance to add in your perspectives, because you guys, as you can see, if you have been listening to this whole stream so far, you all come up with some really fun, interesting, and gnarly stuff out there, and I dig it. Oh, Aesthetic Wave had to leave. Good night, my friend, and thanks for joining also. Yeah, let me know. I'm gonna go through my comments on this, and then I'll come back to the chat and see what you all had to say. If anybody's still around who likes to participate in there. All right, so here we go. All right, my friends, so I will get into my thoughts, then we'll check out what the dreamers listening to the live show had to say. I want to thank the original poster for allowing me to share and read this story on my channel. I did a little bit of editing to it just to sort of fit my flow and narrative a little bit better, but there is a lot more to the actual post. So I would definitely recommend you go check it out and leave a comment. This person seems to answer a lot of questions, and some really interesting things were brought up in the comment section of the Reddit post. So check that out if you're so inclined. So, as you all know, I do love the opportunity to tell a positive story with a happy ending once in a while. The heaviness of the topics we often discuss can weigh down on even the most stoic of hearts. So I do appreciate the occasional pick-me-up. The image that stuck with me the most in this story, and might be something I try to capture for the thumbnail, was the idea of the three benevolent entities, ghosts some might call them, ascending the stairs in this young woman's place and taking her somehow into their ethereal arms and ferrying her to safety, giving her a fighting chance at survival. There's got to be a thumbnail in there somewhere. I'll find it. I also found it fascinating that Josh told her he would warn her boyfriend, and he seemed to have done just that. I often wonder if it's possible to truly receive messages from the other side, particularly in dreams. At no time in my life has this question been more important to me than it is right now. after the passing of my beloved mother, as some of you might be aware of. Whenever I see my mom in my dreams, and that is quite often, I always reach out. I'm yearning for a few good moments just to see her smile, hear her voice, and be in her presence. The very last time I heard her voice in my dreams, she said she loved me. The last time I saw her, I actually placed my hands on her shoulders and I asked her something. I said, "Mom, listen to me. Tell me where you are right now." And I believe I repeated it, like, where are you really? Not here, not in this movie theater or opera house or whatever this is. I want to know where you really are. And she appeared shocked. She looked at me, appearing shocked. And then she turned away and began to sob. And I wonder why, not necessarily why she did that, but why I saw that. Why is that something that my mind showed me? Was that really her? Who knows? I remember her telling us before she passed that she had no intention of trying to say or do anything more in this world once she was done with it. But I still wonder, I can't help but wonder, what would a person do if the afterlife that they get doesn't play out the way they expected? So, my friend, what do you think about this story? Do you believe the poster? Could it really be that she was rescued by ghosts from her past? How else would you explain her descending the stairs while nearly paralyzed and completely unscathed? Do you believe that we could be visited and even receive messages, whether it's in the waking world or the dream world, from the other side? Let me know what you think down in the comments below. Now is the time to open up the floor for the dreamers listening live to weigh in. Remember, if you want a chance at your question or comment showing up in a future video, or the chance to sponsor a future video, turn on notifications so you can catch the live reading and discussion. Yeah, all right. I'll start collecting these comments. I didn't expect for, I put in that little bit about my mother, my dreams with my mother, and it's kind of messing me up a little bit right now, but I'm going to keep pressing on. Wasn't expecting that. Samantha, okay. Your story's next. Your story's up next, Samantha. Last but certainly not least. All right. Got a couple of good ones. Flip It Productions. If you could explain what you mean by a complete ripple effect story, please do. Ambar says, who are these people who don't listen for 3 to 4 hours? Yeah, it's a lot to ask. It's a lot to ask. All right. It's an interesting comment. All right, man. Yeah, I thought we would get a couple of good pieces of input from you folks today, because this is it's a heavy topic, but luckily in this case it ended up really well, and it ended up going well for the folks involved. All right, yeah. Now I'm seeing some Really good comments rolling in. It's exactly what I'm looking for, y'all. Feel like I'm about to get a little bit of a therapy session or something right now, and I'm here for it. See, Sleepy, you said something else here. There we go. All right. Okay, I think we got a good amount right here. So let's go. So Brett says, all my siblings saw my great-grandfather a few times growing up. He passed when I was young. They never met him before the encounters. Wow, that's really interesting. So Brett, if you would, please explain, like, how do they know that they saw your great-grandfather? And did you see him, or did you see him at some point after he passed as well? Very curious to know that, and I'll come back to it if you do have any input on that. Ambar says, my dad passed away at 47. He always checked my car and checked on me when I went on road trips. I can definitely say he's been with us during this trip as well. I like to think that he is with you right now as you drive from, well, you're driving through Texas now, I know that. Cross-country road trip would be the perfect place for your dad to be hanging out with his little girl. And I really hope that he's at peace and he's right there in the back seat hanging out with you guys, just quietly listening. Sleepy says, I believe that some people in our lives that pass away become our guardian angels or just look out for us, the ones that really loved us. It's comforting to know, and it is possible. Anything is possible, Sleepy. I do believe that. Sleepy also says, I believe people are visited in dreams. My sister dreamt my mother was going to die, and she did months later, last November. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. That's terrible news. She now dreams my mother and father are together and happy. And there's the flip side. I'm glad you put that in there as well, because yeah, it's sad. It's so hard to lose a parent that you're so close to. And yeah, I'm very, very sorry to hear that. But I hope in my heart that if there is such a thing as people maintaining their essence and still being who they were in life, I hope that they are together and that they're happy. Dark Phoenix says, Josh is such a nice person and he wanted to help someone in need. He saw the opportunity to help her. I had several premonitions where I saw my loved ones die before they passed away, so I know this is a real thing. Dark Phoenix, that sounds like there's a lot, there might be a story there. And I'm sorry to hear about the passing of your loved ones, but I really am interested in the idea of premonitions. If you can be so kind as to shoot me an email if you have some, story to share about that, that'd be really interesting. Reed says, some entities seem anchored to this world by fear or pain or rage or some emotion they carried when dying. Josh and those other people seemed to be free and come and go as they pleased. That's an interesting idea. I wonder if that makes a difference, if how peaceful you were when you died and how okay you are with it, does that control or determine how restricted you become in the existence that comes next, if there is such a thing? Very interesting concept. Samantha says, you may not have intended for that to come out, referencing the dream with my mom, but it needed to. It could be worry weighing on your mind for your mother. Perhaps it projects partially in your dreams. Just a thought. You know, for some reason, it didn't ring in my mind that it could just completely be me and my regret for the loss of my mother. I mean, I've always been respectful and loving to my mother. The few times that I did disrespect her, I always apologized and we always patched things up. I never had bad blood with my mother, ever. And neither of us, as far as I know, had any regrets with our relationship. And I'm very fortunate to be able to say that, because I know a lot of people, sometimes it's not even in their control or their fault that they do end up with regrets. But if there was anyone who ever left this earth at peace and with a brave heart, it was my mother. And I would imagine if there is anything that's troubled about it, it probably would be on my end, not hers. And that's not a bad thing to me. I have time to deal with that and process it and hopefully get to a point similar to where my mother was when she died, which was encouraging and making people laugh as she was on her deathbed. You know, people would come in crying and leave laughing. So that's one thing I will always continue to aspire to. I almost said expire, which would have been sort of ironic, a slip of the tongue, Freudian slip even maybe. But yeah, thanks for that, Samantha. So it looks like Brett did say, give us a little bit more. Holy crap. So back to what Brett said. Brett said, you said your siblings saw your great-grandfather when they were younger and periodically said his name was Grumpy, which was your great-grandfather's actual nickname. And you also saw him twice after his passing. That's so interesting. So this was possibly a talking apparition. Very interesting, Brett. Thank you for sharing. And thank you all for your input into this story. It completely elevated the experience, in my opinion. And if I feel that the experience was elevated, I'm sure that the listeners will as well. So thank you. So now, we got to come up with a code word. I'll be right back. Hey, Reed, thank you so much for the super chat and becoming another sponsor for tonight's video or this month's videos. You're heading out. You have a great night. Enjoy the long weekend. I hope you get to have the day off on Monday like I do, which is awesome. Yeah. So we need a code word for this. Let's make it something warm and cozy to fit the mood. What do we got? What do we got for a code word? Yeah, we're doing pretty good on sponsors today, folks. I appreciate you all. And viewership is pretty good too compared to my normal numbers lately. Okay, Brett. Brett with Guardian. That's a pretty good one. That's a pretty good one. Let's see. Brett says Guardian. Very nice. Hello there, Arlene. You're still here? Awesome. Aesthetic waif. Oh, cuddles. That's another good code word. All right. I think I'm going to do 2 code words for this because that's a good one. It's too good to pass up. All right. So you get people who will get double points if they do both. Okay, let's see. All right. So we have possibly the first ever double code word situation going on here. Brett said guardian should be a pretty good code word for today's video, which I agree. Aesthetic Waif said cuddles because I wanted something warm and snuggly. And I couldn't decide, so I'm thinking let's do both. Work the words cuddles and guardian into the story. Work the words cuddles and guardian into your comment down below if you're listening all the way to the end of the video so I can see you. All right, my friends, until next time, take care. Later. All right. Yeah, that's good. That's good. All right, exporting that, and now we're in the home stretch, folks. We are in the home stretch, and we're doing pretty good on time. We've been on for 2 hours, and we got 1 story left. That's pretty good. I dig it. All right, what do we got here? Let's see. Just testing this till I met him at my dad. Yeah, I think this one had a lot of mistakes in it, didn't it? Yeah, those towards the beginning I was messing up a lot. Sorry about that. Yeah, Flip It said it's easy to find you guys now because the members, your names change color, which is pretty cool. Yeah, I'm not sure why the names are different colors, like what the colors that they are, but definitely cool. So Flip It did say, everything we do causes a ripple or an action reaction and things come back to us, good or bad, like karma, sort of. Story has that vibe. Yeah, I agree, definitely. Definitely agree on that. Thanks for letting me know, because I definitely missed that one. Your guardian angel's name is Cuddles. That's nice. See, that's a good comment right there. All right, so Samantha, about to read your story. I think you're still around. You said something a few minutes ago. Let's see. Now there was something I was going to do. So before we go, Samantha, let me know in the chat here. Are you able? Would you be able to talk about the other thing we were talking about later? Or is that not possible right now? I know you might be at work, but you might be busy. I do not want to interrupt your time with your family if you're off. We could always do the interview thing another time. It's not a big deal. Yeah, Mr. Dan, you're passing out. That's totally fine, my friend. You have a good night. Alex, my old friend, what is up? Good to see you. Glad you're doing well. Still kicking. All right, Samantha. We'll try to have a little conversation at the end of the show, and we'll talk about that other thing. And it's actually slipping my mind. I don't even know what we're going to talk about, but we're going to talk about it. All right. So let's go to, what do you call it here? Story mode. All right, this is my last story for the night, official story. Make sure you all pay attention. This is going to be a pretty gnarly one. A very strange creature described here by our friend Samantha, who is in attendance tonight. So yeah. Wait, who said we get points? I'm not sure what you're talking about there, Ambar. All right, let's see. We're going to get into this in 1 second. Hang on 1 second, folks. Gotta take care of something. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Thanks for your patience. Turn that music off. Alright, final story. Remember, I'm going to need some feedback towards the end, so pay enough attention so that you could actually, if anything comes across your mind, any interesting questions or comments, concerns, observations, throw it in the comments or in the chat, the live chat, so that I can discuss it later on. Take a couple more sips of this tea, which is totally cold, but still got that mint oil in it, and that's helping me a lot today. I hope you guys didn't hear that slurping too much. All right, here we go. Every so often, I receive a story that describes a creature which defies explanation. This story, based on an email I received from a fellow dreamer and channel member, Samantha, is one of those rare cases. Listen carefully to the description of the strange being she encountered, and let me know what you think it might have been. Dear Mr. X, it's me, Samantha. I wanted to tell you about a series of strange encounters my family and I had had. Hang on a second. I gotta change this a little bit. There we go. I wanted to tell you about a strange encounter my family and I had on our property. I'll get right into it. Honestly, if my husband and children weren't there to witness what I saw, I would have thought myself crazy, possibly even delusional. The property we live on is about 5 acres off-road. It's got a fully fenced-in pasture and scattered patches with trees. There's a barn and a shed. There's a barn and shed behind the house, which face one another, with a few meters between them. Other pastures go out at least 20 acres or so, mostly grazing lands and a couple of ponds. The area is also fenced in pretty well. We get all kinds of wildlife out there roaming the plains, so no one thought too much of it when we returned home one night and noticed a pair of bright eye reflections in the headlights of my car. My daughter jokingly said, "Wow, that's a tall cow." I asked, "Where?" She pointed over towards the fence by the barn. I turned around to look, and I didn't see anything at the eye level I was expecting to find this tall cow. When I looked upward, though, I saw a pair of sharp, yellowish-orange eye shines. For some reason, my stomach tightened into a knot. My pulse sped up, and I immediately knew that what I was looking at was not one of our cows. In fact, as I surveyed the pasture, I couldn't see any cows. And not even our bull was that tall. I tried to justify it, thinking that maybe if the bull was standing on his hind legs, he would be near that height. But I had seen his eye shine several times. It's not normally that color. This was just not our bull. I searched around the eyes to see if I could make out an outline or anything to suggest what I was looking at. There was nothing there other than the eyes. The knot in my stomach got a bit tighter. I told my children to stay inside the SUV and grabbed the only thing I had in the back, just in case I needed to protect us. I'd been carrying a machete in the car for a while because, funny enough, we'd recently gone camping and I never put it away. When I saw my husband coming toward us down the driveway, still dressed in his police uniform, I decided to quickly check on the young calf we were keeping inside the barn to make sure she was okay. I would hate to have some predator hurting her while she's essentially locked inside there. I intentionally slowed down my pace though, sort of hoping my husband would make it over to me in time to help me check the barn, so I wouldn't have to do it by myself. Smart lady. I looked over to the glowing eyes to make sure that whatever it was still there. The knot in my stomach did a turn when I noticed the eyes were now bobbing up and down, like the creature was ducking its head. The eyes never blinked. As I got closer to the barn, I got a better sense of how impossibly tall it was. At least 8 or 9 feet from what I could tell. There were no trees nearby, and it was not sitting on top of the barn. For some reason, the thing didn't seem to be that tall. Maybe it was the spacing between the eyes, I'm not sure. I also didn't think it was flying because I couldn't hear any flapping noises or anything like that. Seconds after I heard my husband's footsteps approaching. Seconds later, I heard my husband's footsteps approaching. Just as I was about to turn to say something to him, I heard a rustling noise, followed by a gunshot that rang out into the evening air. I quickly looked back to where the eyes were, and they were suddenly near the barn roof. My husband ran up to me with his gun drawn, pointed high in the direction of the barn. "What the hell is that?" he asked, trying to whisper as though the thing might not have noticed us after the shot. His voice was ragged from a sudden rush of adrenaline, no doubt. I shrugged, still walking slowly toward the barn, listening for the calf or its mother, feeling much safer with my husband at my side. We heard heavy thumps and scratching along the tin roof, as if something was scrambling to get away. My husband had his tactical weapon light trained on the edge of the roof. It got unusually quiet. So quiet, I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. We both stopped and listened, straining to hear. When I saw it, a hot sensation of fear washed over me. It was the feeling of facing down a predator, a threat. A pale, round head peered over the edge of the roof. Its eyes were shadowed, but the shine still glowed through, yellow-orange in color. The eyes appeared to be the size of golf balls at least. At that point, it was about 20 feet above us. I could see that the creature, or whatever it was hairless. No fur or feathers, just a pale, sickly gray skin. I tried to make sense of its appearance. There were no ears on the sides or top of its head. It wasn't human, and it didn't seem like any animal I'd ever seen or heard of. I realized I was squeezing the handle of the machete so hard my hands began to lock up and cramp. My husband raised his firing hand for another shot, and for some reason I whispered, "Don't." "What?" he protested. "Fire at the ground," I whispered. "Don't shoot at it." Before he fired again, the thing disappeared back over the edge of the barn roof. It was so fast I could barely see it move. The next instant, we heard the tin roof buckle under a heavy footfall, and then a faint rustle in the bushes. After a moment, we went inside and checked on the calf. The mother was gone, but we found the calf cowering in the back of the barn, its eyes wide and shivering. It was bawling loudly, probably scared by the gunshots. Maybe scared by whatever was lurking on the roof as well. Who knows? That's about all I remember of the event. I can't tell you exactly why I insisted my husband not shoot at it. It clearly scared me and didn't seem like a natural living creature. The more I thought about it, I tried to talk myself into believing it was maybe an owl or something like that. But from what I saw, it couldn't have been a bird. I didn't see a nose or beak, but then again, it also didn't peek all the way over the edge either. Not to mention, I couldn't imagine an owl being that massive. Because no animal I know of seemed to fit this description, my mind resorted to the world of cryptids. I simply can't think of any other explanation. The next day, my husband and I checked the area for footprints. My husband said he saw strange markings, but nothing he would call a print. There was a broken log which may have been what the creature landed on. To this day, I still rack my brain about what it was. I've read myths, legends, listened to other sightings, but I honestly don't know what to say it could be. I've thought about many possibilities. The rake, aliens, skinwalkers. Nothing seems to fit exactly. I cringe every time I think back to the sight of it. Such a hollow, gaunt thing. Either way, we both saw it. So, there's my long-winded story. I would love to hear your opinion and that of my fellow dreamers, should you choose to share the story with them. Thanks for listening. Respectfully, Samantha. Holy crap, I just realized I didn't write any commentary for this one. So, remember, Samantha's in the house. She's actually here. The person who shared this story with me to begin with. So there must be a few questions or answers that Samantha can provide if there's anything that you all have to ask. So I'm going to, as a mod of the Mr. X Dreams channel, I'm going to request Samantha earn her paycheck this week and provide some answers to any questions that people might have about this situation here. I think that might be fun if Samantha's down with that. Let's see here. What we got? Flatwoods Monster. Let me look that up. I'm going to look that up. All right, so yeah, now is the time for you all to add in your comments, observations, anything like that that you feel may be... Oh no, my mods do not get paid. That was a joke. for those who are asking. Half the time I don't actually even ask them to do anything. Holy crap. Is this thing a robot? The Flatwoods Monster. That's interesting. I'm gonna talk about that in just a second. Yeah, this Flatwoods Monster thing, it's got, according to the picture on Wikipedia, it's got red eyes, and it's supposedly located in West Virginia. I don't know if that's where you are, Samantha, but this thing is looks like something out of Doctor Who. So I'm gonna have to, I think I'm gonna have to freestyle most of my comments on this one. Let's see. All right, yeah. So still looking for a few more good comments or observations on this one. And really, well, let's see. I'll start riffing and see what we can come up with for the story or for the recording. All right, here we go. All right, my friends, a very interesting story. So what I'm going to do is get into a few of my thoughts. Don't have too much to say because this is a very unique, possibly first of its kind situation here. What's happening right now is that I'm reading this story live on a live stream, and Samantha is among the listeners, and people are actually asking Samantha questions and she's answering them. So what I'm probably going to do is examine and explore a few of those comments and those little interactions. So let's try that and see how it goes. Remember, if you want a chance to have your question or comment or commentary show up in a future video, or the chance to sponsor a video with a super chat donation, make sure you turn on notifications and follow me on my Twitter, Discord, and everything else so that you can catch the live reading and discussion. It's always a great time, and we'd love to have you over there. So here we go. All right. Antonio, that's funny. Someone drop a beat. Mr. X is about to freestyle. No, y'all, neither y'all nor I are ready for that right now. That's nobody can handle that. But that did give me a good laugh, so I appreciate that. I'm going to let's see. I'm gonna see if I can capture some of these little interactions with Samantha. Samantha is the celebrity, the lady of the evening. No, that's not what that is. What is it? Lady of the hour. Sorry, lady of the evening is something else, and I apologize for that. Didn't mean it that way, of course. Let's see here. Flip it. Had something to say. Oh wow! Just realized all the sound went. My background stuff went off. See, I have that it lasts for like an hour, but then it just stops. And sometimes I just can't remember. I don't notice to put it on, which means I would probably get killed if a dog man ever showed up or Bigfoot or something, because I wouldn't notice the background white noise disappearing. Yeah. Okay. Creeped. Did you mean to, Aesthetic Wolf, did you mean to say creeped? Because that's a pretty good word. That might be the code word for today. Creeped. Because that is exactly what this nasty little thing was. Yeah. Creeped. I like that. You should put that on a t-shirt or something. All right, let's see here. Yeah. All right. Okay, here we go. I'm going to add some stuff in here. Okay. So, first of all, I have to say, seems to be custom with a lot of these unknown, mysterious, unclassifiable cryptids, everybody's pretty much stumped as to what it is in the comments. I've been looking through the live chat and the interactions that everybody's having with Samantha. So a few guesses flying around back and forth, skinwalker, dogman, things like that. But nobody's really sure. Hope Lee says, "Wow, Samantha, that's surely an experience. Thank goodness you made it out safely." And one of the things Samantha said during the comments, or amid the comments, one of the things Samantha said in the comments was that the way that it was looking at them gave her this feeling that if they did try to shoot at it, it would be bad. Like, it would end up bad for them. So that's definitely good. We're all glad that even though it's a little counterintuitive, you have a gun and there's some weird creature in front of you staring at you, possibly stalking. You would think most cases you'd want to use it, but sometimes a little counterintuitively, we have to listen to our gut. Makes total sense. In the aftermath, might not make sense at the time, and it might not make sense to an outsider. But if you're getting that gut feeling, you're the one who's getting the feeling. Definitely good to try to listen to that and hone in on it when you can, because you might get that feeling and not listen to it and be really regretting that you took that choice, that course of action. Mary C. said, "It makes me think of the Flatwoods Monster with those eye descriptions." So now, I took the liberty of going in and looking up the Flatwoods Monster, and I am not liking the image I'm seeing. It seems to be a gray, possibly even metallic looking being, very mechanical in nature. It's got this big head that is very round, similar to what Samantha described, but it's actually probably a little bit bigger than what I imagine she was trying to convey. And it's almost got this blade. It looks like a buzzsaw for a head, with glowing red eyes, which are also different from the description of the yellow orangish eyes that Sam saw. But, and for another thing, the Flatwoods Monster supposedly has been sighted in West Virginia, and I believe Samantha said that she is in another state. So I'd like to think it's not a relative or cousin of the Flatwoods monster or something similar. But who am I to say? Who knows? Samantha did say the eyes were very unnerving. She said the SUV was left running, so she figures that's where the eye shine was coming. That was the source of the eye shine. Mary C. also said that it looks like it could have been an alien, but the story mentioning the eyes being really bright is not really typical of alien sightings. Yeah, and we're, like I said, we're all pretty stumped. Sleepy said, I'm unsettled by that encounter, and I'm not even the one who experienced it. Have you seen it since? The feeling you got sounds like intuition, like when we encounter a dangerous human or animal. Yeah, I would definitely agree. That's definitely a good feeling to pay attention to and be aware of. Some people are completely oblivious to their gut feelings, and it never really seems to end well for people. But on that other note, Samantha did see or has had other experiences, which we may get to hear from her in the future regarding those. Flip It Productions said, I'm sure that was super scary for you and your family, Samantha. I was wondering if the creature gave off any particular vibe. Did it seem like it was curious, or did I miss that? Samantha responded saying, my daughter and son and I were just terrified. So they actually moved to a different house, it seems. Samantha, you can correct me if I'm wrong. It seems like you're saying that you moved to a whole different house because of the encounters that you were having at this property out in what seems like sort of a far out backwoodsy area. She also said that something at some point mimicked her son and almost had her daughter going off into the woods after it. Oh my goodness. Definitely got to look into that and share a little bit more there. So what I'm going to do now, matter of fact, is bring Samantha on to talk for a few minutes about some of these situations that she was dealing with, or at least I'm going to try. I'm not sure if the technology is going to allow this to work the way I want it to work, but we'll try. So Samantha, can you tell me if you're in the position right now to jump on Discord and have a chat? Yeah, fight or flight. I'm sure was playing a role there. Yeah, Samantha, let me know if you got a minute to go on Discord, and I'll see if I can figure out this whole technological situation with this. Okay. All right, hold on. Pulling up the Discord. Oh, somebody posted some artwork. Very nice. I need to do like a Discord, what do you call it? Like a video where I talk about Discord and stuff like that. That'd be pretty fun. All right, so I think I can jump into the, yeah. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try and I'm going to try to record this, and we'll figure it out later. All right. I don't know if I can record this part. All right, so Samantha, if you go into the Discord, I'm now in the voice chat channel. So you should be able to jump into there and talk. Hopefully this works the way I think it's going to. All right, there we go. This is definitely a first time thing. So you'll have to excuse me if it doesn't go swimmingly. Right now we're just trying something bold, something interesting and different. All right, looks like Sam is on the line. Can you say something, Sam? I see you. I see you're in there, but it's not. I even see that you're saying something, but I'm not hearing anything. Yeah, let's see here. All right, maybe I can do it this way. I'm going to get out of the voice chat thing and just try to call you through the voice call. Okay. Still not hearing you. Can you hear me? Type it in. Type in the chat if you can hear me, or in the messaging window. It's always tech stuff. Always issues with tech. Really strange. Normally I would be able to talk to someone. Maybe I should try to figure this out offline sometime. All right. I won't. Hey, you can go ahead and head back to YouTube, and we'll figure this out some other time. We'll figure it out some other time. Sorry about that. Okay. So weird. No idea why that's not working. Okay. All right. So I don't even know where I was at with this thing. Okay. All right. So I did try to do a follow-up thing with Samantha on this and get a little bit more information, but unfortunately the tech gods were not in our favor today, so we will figure that out at a later time. Samantha will be there to share her stories in the future, and definitely going to be an interesting time, I assure you. But in the meantime, I hope you enjoyed this little snapshot into her seemingly very creepy and strange life that she's been going through lately. And let me know what you thought in the comments down below. But before you go, Give me a second so that I could figure out a code word. I'm going to go talk to the dreamers one more time. All right, y'all. This is the last code word of the day. So what do you got? Code words. Yeah, aesthetic wave. Reminds me of trying to set up LAN parties. Yeah, remember when everything was so complicated? Creepted is, yeah, I was thinking that. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we got it. Aesthetic wave, creepted. So your word will live on in infamy, my friend. All right. So during the live chat, our friend and fellow dreamer Aesthetic Waif said the word creepted, and I was very intrigued. I thought that would be a very fitting code word, and many of the dreamers listening live agreed. So, if you're listening to this part towards the very end of the story, of the video, type the word creepted, that's CREEPTID, into your comments down below, so I can see who the real dreamers are. I don't know why, I just love that word. Anyway, hope this video message finds you well, my friend, and you take care. Later. All right, there we go. Okay, so now we're in overtime. All right. Still not too late to throw a couple of super chats in there if you feel like it. If not, it's all good. I'm going to probably try. Okay, yeah, so now I'm not really, it's kind of hot in here, and I have my fan off because I don't want to have you guys listening to that during the actual recordings. But I just popped it on just now because I'm not really recording anymore for the actual videos. In the meantime, let's see, what should we do? I do want to talk about, oh my goodness, Samantha. Well, you just pretty much ended the entire sponsorship game tonight. Thank you so much, Samantha. I appreciate that. Pretty crazy. Appreciate it very much. Adding you to the list. And wait a minute, Samantha. Yeah. Always so generous, my friend. All right, so what we've got going on right now, I want to do a test, all right? Just you all tell me if this makes sense when I actually set it up. I'm going to set up my webcam, my secondary camera, so you'll see me talking and you'll also see my iPad while maybe I'll just do one or two thumbnails real quick since I haven't been on too long. Yeah, Samantha definitely did a mic drop right there, making up for the technical difficulties that weren't even her fault in the first place. And I definitely appreciate that. Let me just check this file. Or anything. Okay. Good to go. All right, so I'm going to move my stuff out of the way. Let me drink the rest of this tea. Yeah, I think this is going to be a regular thing from now on. I'm going to get myself a Laughing Cryptid Brewing Company cup and be able to go to town with this with this mint tea. Really good. Used to have a mint bush growing in the backyard, but that kind of died. It wasn't my fault, but it kind of also was because I tried to replant it. It took over the entire an entire planting pot, and I didn't like that, so I tried to rip it out and replant a part of it and it just did not work. Completely killed the plant, unfortunately. But I'll figure it out. I'll bring it back, or get another one. All right. Okay. So I'll give you guys a little sneak peek at the way I typically do my thumbnails. So now that everything's done, everything's recorded for the next 4 videos, 1 video a week. That's 4 weeks of content that I just was able to produce. Let's see here. So before I go to that, I want to show you guys these, and I know you kind of saw it, but in mrxdreams.store, you can see all these awesome designs. There's a I kind of want this pillow, the Laughing Cryptid Company Brewing Company pillow. There's a mug on the other side, is a slash heart design, which is also one of my favorites. Let me move myself over here so that you can see a little bit more of that. Moving that. See, this is the real behind the scenes stuff that's just super rough, and you just get to mess around and hang out with me for a little bit. And I'm glad that's something some of y'all want to do right now. Still got a few people hanging back. All right, so let's do this. So look, check that out. One side, just like how this one, I've got like the wolf design, which I'm also redoing, like remaking. And on the other side, I have my old face design. And look at that camera. I like that. All right. Got that. The slash heart is not on a hoodie right now, but it is on pretty much all of the mugs. If you look at, where's the other ones? There's the Mr. X heart face, Mr. X loves you mug, slash heart on the other side. Wait, is there more than one of these? Where did that come from? Okay. Well, it's showing that a lot. Okay, but look at this. I'll show you that one in a second. Got some different types of tees, tank tops. I have the old version of this in a tank top, which I still wear all the time. Okay. There's Hell Doge stickers and Hell Doge mug. I just love that little guy. And somehow, for some reason, with me, the bigger the logo on the shirt, the better. And this one, the sweatshirt, I think this is the women's slouchy hoodie or something like that. The thing looks like it covers the whole front of your body, which I love that. And this one, I mean, this logo is way, way bigger than any other one that I've gotten before. So I freaking love that too. All right. So yeah, there's that. Yeah, the slash art, I mean, to me, the design isn't complex enough to really warrant putting on a whole shirt, but I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. You tell me. The one that I really like with this Laughing Cryptid thing is the pint glass. I might get that versus the mug. I'm not sure. Something about it, I don't know why, but I really like it. I might just get one just to see the quality of it and see how it comes out. And then there's the pillow. I dig that quite a bit. All right, so here's the special thing. That's a good idea, Samantha. Adding words to the slash heart, like I heart cryptids. Hmm. You know what? I might do that. I might do it right now. Let me see. Let's see. Let's come with me on this journey real quick to okay, what do I do? I need to like sign into this thing. Okay, hang on. I'm going to go in and try to make that shirt right now. As requested, because I care. That's why. That's because. Okay, apparel. So a shirt. Let's say we do a shirt. Essential tee. Okay. Ships to EU and the US. All right, so let's go back to here. All right, so I can add the image and the slash heart. It's really big. Bring that down a little bit. And then let's say we put in I. That would have to be white. Let's see, what kind of font? Let's see what font would be for this one. Home and Earth. That looks pretty good. Let's say I heart. Whoops. I. Why is it not in the middle there? Okay. I. And add some more text on the bottom. This is just going to be a concept for now because if it looks really good or if it's a good idea, I'm not going to just use the default text that they have unless it looks really dope. Okay. Man, I don't even, okay, it was Holy Empire. Yeah, there it is. Okay, I heart cryptids. I'm trying to get it to, yeah, I'm probably gonna have to like make the text on my own. Because this one is kind of, it's a little wonky. Or the text tool that they have is a little wonky on the website itself. But what do y'all think about that? I heart cryptids. Oh my gosh, I don't know if I could even. All right, Aesthetic Waif is the one who came up with that word. Is that right? I believe so. So I would need their permission to. I would need their permission to use the word cryptids on a design, and for them to make sure, well, they don't bother me about it. About me making money off of it. All right. So everyone acknowledge that Aesthetic Wave has granted me permission, graciously, I might add, to use this word, this particular strange spelling, in a merch design. Okay, that looks pretty cool. But I think I can do better with my graphic design capabilities. I'm going to make something. Well, you know what? Let's make it right now. I got my iPad ready to go. So let's check this out. All right. So look at this. This is the iPad, my iPad, and I I acknowledge, this is a 720p image that you're looking at with the iPad right now. It looks like a bowl of oatmeal, and I am particularly offended by the fact that I have to show you all this with this poor level of quality visually. But I ordered something this morning that should be coming tomorrow, and by the next time I do this, if I do this again, that will no longer be an issue. So before I do that, let me just make sure that I'm not going to show you guys anything that's unsatisfactory for YouTube, because I have a few items and images on this thing that probably should not go on a stream. And this is a family show most of the time. Let's see here. Okay. All right. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go into this. All right. So, all right. Yeah, it looks really terrible, but you could kind of see, you can kind of see where I'm going with this stuff. That was a burp. Sorry about that. All right. So let's see. Let's and this is the program that I literally learned just to be able to make designs for my channel. The entire thing was literally for that. The whole everything that I'm doing in relation to this app is directly because I wanted you guys to see the designs that I had in my head. So, center that. And like I was saying, it's really cool because you can literally do mathematically precise actions for your designs here. Super cool stuff. And I haven't used it in a while, but I kind of know what I'm doing. All right, I'm going to try to add some text. Cryptids. Okay. Okay, where even is that? Kind of lost it. All right, that needs to go in here. Yeah, it's freaking A. All right, so that's probably not the best font for the letter I. So let's see what else we can come up with. that one. See, most of these are going to be sort of bare bones when it comes to the letter I, capital I. So I gotta just get a little bit creative. There we go. Cinderella. See, this says it's for personal use. So I probably can't use this exact thing, but I can use it as sort of a template. All right, let's see if there's a better creeped font. Creeptids. I'm thinking something, I don't know, it feels like it should be something sort of fancy looking. And whatever it is, no, that's too fancy. How about this one? Or maybe something, yeah, I think I could work with this. All right. I heart cryptids. And I'm kind of thinking like maybe we could sort of make it round or sweeping across. I'm not right now for some reason, maybe because I'm on a stream, I'm drawing a blank as to how to even do that. I remember I just learned this like 2 months ago, started learning it in order to increase my efficacy with my designs. Here we go. Yeah, there we go. So I can bring that down a little bit just so I can space my stuff out. And now I need to do a layer for pixels. And I also need to take this opacity down a little bit. All right, I'm going to do my best channeling of Bob Ross and the boys and try to illustrate or explain what I'm doing while I'm doing it. So say if no, that's not a good brush for this. Let's see. I'm looking for a solid, clean brush. There we go. This might work. Wait, no. Why am I even doing this? I got a better idea. See, this is how my mind works, y'all. I just keep messing with stuff until I stumble upon the right thing. It's just how I do. I can't really explain it. All right, I really don't remember what I'm doing with this part. Okay, there we go. Is that what it is? Okay, got that. All right. So, yeah, as always, I just kind of come up with my own ways of doing stuff that people are supposed to be sort of trained to do properly. And I've never really been one to go that route. To curves. Delete that. To curves. There we go. All right, see, that's what I was trying to get to. Now, a person who knew what they were doing would have figured that out a long time ago. But I am not one of those people. All right, and I can't promise this is going to be done tonight, but I'm really excited about this idea. So I got to do something. I got to get it started. Okay. So I'm kind of using this person's font as a somewhat of an inspiration. Hang on one second. Sorry. And, whoa, goodness. All right, we're back. 1 second. Okay, here we go. All right, yeah. Definitely need to work on my bedside manner when it comes to these drawing streams, but I don't know, I've just had this feeling for a long time now that this is something that I wanted to get into. I've always sort of enjoyed the idea of doing, and this is actually pretty unexpected. I wasn't expecting to even do this per se. I just like that idea. I love cryptids. I heart cryptids. Okay. This is another reason why I like doing these streams so much, because you all inspire me quite a bit. Probably a lot more than you realize. The stuff that that comes into my mind as a result of what you all say in your little interactions and sidebar comments and stuff like that definitely contributes a lot to what I do on the channel, and I do appreciate every one of you all for that, especially those who go out of their way to chat and tell me what they're thinking and share their opinions and ideas. I heart cryptids. All right, so now the cryptids part is going to be a little different. I'm gonna have to do that in a different way, because I plan. You know what? Let me turn off this big old light thing so you can see a little bit better. All right, so I'm thinking, let me see if I can even do it like this. Cryptids. No, this is not the way I'm thinking of doing it. Okay, yeah, there we go. That might work a little better. I'm just sort of sketching it out. Let's see, what kind of controls do we have here? You guys see where I'm going with this, right? I hope you do, because I do right now. I was going to say I do not, but I actually do. I heart cryptids. Okay, so you see, even with this now, we can develop this idea, this design concept a little bit more. Let's do another layer. And Samantha's monster was a peeptid. That's funny. And fitting. Okay, so creep. All right, Aesthetic Wolf, don't you go trademarking the word cryptid. Anytime soon, all right? Because I will definitely cry if you do that. Yeah, see that? That's a little bit more what I kind of want to see here. A little bit more personality to these letters. I am not a letterist or a typography artist. I don't even know if that's what you would call such a person. Just not a big lettering person myself. But when I get an idea, when I'm inspired by my dreamers, I often come up with some weird stuff. Okay. Okay. Now, see, I kind of dig this. Let's see. What do y'all think about that? About this version of it? I think that looks pretty sick. I'm gonna add a little bit more flair to it by erasing a few things like that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm feeling this one. What do y'all think? See, what we're doing right now is creating a new design in real time based on the direct request of the people that are watching. I think that's pretty cool. I like this. I like it a lot. All right, so I wish there was a way to just convert this into vectors right now, but I don't know that that's possible. So what I'm going to have to do is do it manually in the only way that I know how, which is like the completely unprofessional way. And that's the way you're going to see right now. All right, so what do we got here? Let me see if that's going to do what I think it's going to do. No. Pencil tool, is that what I'm supposed to do? I don't remember. I think that's how I do it. Okay. Now if I do this, fill it with white. Yeah, there we go. This is what I'm supposed to do. All right. So now I can do that for all of these. Or at least in theory I can. I'll do one, I'm only doing one E because I should be able to copy and paste the E that I did. All right, there's the T. Hey, if I'm boring anybody, you know, I won't feel bad if you check out while I'm doing this, because I'm currently a little bit in the zone and I'm having a good time. If you got other things to do that are more entertaining, I completely, totally understand. But I'm doing this right now. It's not what I was expecting to be doing, but yet here we are, nonetheless. So I think, wait, I think I can merge all these together. There we go. These two can be merged as well. And then filled. Duplicate that. Move one of them over here. Then merge those. And there we are. Still a little rough, but I'm going to clean those up right now. So you got to get these little weird spots that pop up. Yeah, each one of these things, each one of these is sort of going to be redone. It's not going to be exactly the way it was in the beginning, like when so yeah, the E's are going to be completely changed. They're not, neither one of them are going to be like the original shape that it was in. But I kind of like this wobbly, loopy look to it. So I'm going to try to keep a certain amount of that because it looks cryptid-like. It looks like something that would be associated with cryptids. I dig it. And I hope you dig it too. Yeah, this wobbly, wibbly wobbly, timey-wimey look. Definitely doing it for me. Oh, Sleepy. Wait, I could have sworn you already were a super chat sponsor. You're a double super chat sponsor tonight, Sleepy. Thank you very much. Yeah, always welcome with the super chats. They are super helpful in my endeavors. Hence the reason why I was able to get an improved webcam for this type of thing. I mean, you all actually, whoever's here, let me know what you think about this type of experience. I mean, I know I'm not super good at it, but this is I think it's my first time. I might have done this a long time ago or something similar. But let me know how I'm doing with this particular type of content if you all like seeing this once in a while, because I do spend quite a bit of time drawing on my iPad, and I have always wondered if I could just draw on my iPad and be talking to dreamers at the same time. Sometimes, not all the time. So you guys get to really see how I do my little thing here once in a while. Yeah, it's honestly I'm not a Doctor Who watcher. I just know that reference. So if I was a more dishonest man, I would actually just pretend like I was a Whovian, but I'm really not. I have a very vague knowledge of Daleks and weeping angels and the like. Very vague indeed. All right. So let's see. I'll take these. Wait. Bring these over here. Whoa. Didn't mean for that to happen. Little happy little accident. Nothing to worry about. All this stuff, that's one of the reasons why I love working with vectors, is because everything is so easy to adjust and switch around. You know, if there's whenever there's something you don't like, you just grab the little button and switch it with something else. Or, you know, once you know what you're doing, you can really create whatever you want. I enjoy it a lot. I don't know, well, some of you probably might know one of my sisters. Well, both of my sisters are pretty much way more prolific influencers than I am by any stretch of the term that I would consider myself one. And one of them is a really amazing artist. She goes by Rora on Instagram. And I've been trying to get her into, she uses an iPad for a lot of her art as well. And I've been trying to get her into using vectors. So like if you don't know, these vector programs are actually telling the computer exactly where to place points in the digital space. And no matter how big or how small you go, how you zoom in, you can zoom in an infinite amount and it'll still pretty much show the exact same profile of shapes and features that you ask it to do. And that's what makes this such a good thing for designing things like clothing, or even like making posters or big things that are going to be printed out at extremely large scale. If you're using pixels like a normal standard plebeian would be using, for lack of a better term, that's much more limited, and it can quickly get blurry and distorted as you get into larger formats, but it's pretty much impossible with vectors. That's why I decided that when I do my new merch lines, I wouldn't be taking the easy route, and I decided to teach myself vectors. And I've not looked back since. I'm very happy with it. This is the same file I used to create the Hell Doge and all the other vector, all the other designs that you see. The Laughing Cryptid is a completely 100% vectorized, created in vector space, and I could literally create a mural for a wall of a building with that file if I needed to. It's really cool. All right. This is, okay, I just looked at the chat. This is a program called Affinity Designer. Procreate, like I was saying with the pixels, Procreate is really good for sketching and drawing for stuff that's limited in scope, as in things that are not going to be printed on large formats or anything like that. Not that I plan on putting any of my designs on anything particularly large, but I kind of like this little cutout aspect of the design. I'm going to integrate that in a couple more spots. But yeah, this is not Procreate. If I was in Procreate, it would I wouldn't be able to have this level of control over every line that I create. Which I'm not sure why Procreate hasn't tried to come up with some super intuitive and easy to use method of doing vectors. Because I'm pretty sure they'd be really good at it if they tried. Yeah, but they're not interested. I guess they probably don't really need it. So I'm almost done with this one, and when it is done, you'll see just exactly how different the vectorized version of this artwork looks from the original. Hang on. Said it kind of looks like bones. That's right. It does kind of look a little bit like bones. And honestly, I'm not a design major or anything. So there's a lot to be desired in the way that I design stuff. But if I can get some kind of little messaging or continuity in my designs, I always try to add a little language into it. Like, for example, as I was doing this, a couple of times this little check mark thing kind of just showed up out of nowhere, and I decided to make that a common thing in the design, because I just sort of kind of liked the way it looked. And hopefully it translates the way I want it to. Yeah, see, so now that I made that decision a little bit later on, now I can go back and add that detail into a couple more places to give this image a little bit more continuity, if that makes sense. To make everything feel like it was intentional, even though I'm nowhere near as skilled as I would need to be to plan that ahead of time. See, I'll add that one there, but this one, it's going to be up here. And then there's that in the T in there. And maybe throw one right here. All right. So that does look very reminiscent of bones. What do y'all think about that? I heart cryptids. I like it. Yeah, I'm all out of mint tea. Okay, so, oh boy, this webcam sometimes leaves a bit to be desired. I'm thinking maybe I should use this same type of font for the eye up here. I think that'll make it a little bit more contiguous. Let's see. And again, I am so unprofessional that I will literally do something like this to get my way. Copy an entire part or an entire thing, and then just manipulate it in this wonky way. Even though it's clearly not meant to be used like that. What's wrong with me? Well, it sounds like somebody's trying to make a beat of some sort on my thing there. Aesthetic Waif. Wait a minute. Yep, another super chat, my friend. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. You all are really killing my my super chat goals tonight, and I appreciate it very much. It's people like you who are making this possible for me to have the technology that I use for these shows, and I definitely love you for it. Okay, so maybe I'll move this around. All right, so some people said earlier, this design is almost done. It's almost to where I want it to be. So I do recall someone saying they would add it to the cart if it existed. And I hope that person wasn't just messing around with me. Uh-oh. All right. I don't like that little... I was trying a little thing here, but I don't really like that. Let's get rid of that. All right. What do y'all think about this? I heart cryptids. Look at that. That's a pretty little thing, isn't it? A lot of personality there with the letters. I like it. Maybe I'll add a little bit more detail. See, there comes a point where you have to just call it, because I will literally sit here and adjust things for another 2 hours if nobody stopped me. Even though I do like the way it is right now, I'm gonna add a little bit more nuance. Hello there, Ray. Man, this is a heck of a time to stumble into the stream. Almost done, but yeah, it was 4 stories, and now for the first time I'm designing a new t-shirt design live on the air. Very interesting time we're living in, isn't it? Yeah, I dig that. All right, who else is digging this the way I do? Because I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it. I say that as I continuously poke and prod at it, trying to give this eye a little bit more love, give it a little bit more personality. Maybe if I take these and bring them over like this, then take this over here. Just make it a little wider. Kind of not liking the large, I want to break up some of these large white spaces. See, now this is the designer, the struggling designer in me talking. All right. I think that's pretty good. Sorry if I'm not paying too much attention to the chat when I'm like in the zone with this stuff. All right, I heart cryptids. That, I would call that a done deal. I don't know about you guys. Let's see. Hey, hey Ray, I was not trying to mess with you or anything. I'm very happy to see you here, and I'm glad that you were able to make it. And don't even worry. The whole stream will be available on YouTube on my new streaming playlist is the word. So you'll be able to see the whole thing. We actually went through a lot. We did stories, 4 stories. We did some talking. We tried to do a live interview, but it failed. And that led us to the Teespring, my store, MrXDreams.store, where I had some designs and someone came up with this idea to put the /heart design onto a shirt. And I was like, I don't know. But then someone said, I/heart cryptids. And I was like, okay, well, let's think about that. And then it evolved into this. And now here I am doing something for the first time ever. And I'm digging it. I like this. All right. So give me a minute. I'm going to turn off this thing so that I can save this. And let me see. There was one last change I need to do. Yeah, that makes it a little bit more solid. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to export this in a couple of different ways. All right. So I got number 1. And now the version that will go onto shirts. Number 2. Make it nice and big so that cryptids. I heart cryptids. There we go. I heart cryptids. So what you all asked for like 30 minutes ago or so, I don't even know if that's how long it's been, is about to exist in the real world momentarily. All I gotta do is upload this. And didn't realize it's almost like 11 o'clock. All right, so this is uploaded. And we're about to do this thing, y'all. I'm not playing around. /heart. Where you at, dog? Okay, boom. Goodness gracious, 5 a.m. You are a true trooper, my friend. All right, so go back to the screen share. All right. So check it out. Look at that. Would you look at that there? All right, that's pretty dope. The back of the shirt. Got to throw on the Mr. X Dreams in white. And, whoa. Let me see what. I'll put a little different font there. Wow, look at that. That looks pretty sick, but I don't think it reads that well. No. I just need to get a good okay. This is pretty fitting. What do y'all think about that for the background? Yep. Mr. X Aesthetic Waif collab. Yeah. Yeah. I dig it. Let's see. Any more colors? Nah. Red? No. Nah, that's fine. Black. Black on black, baby. You see, this is a little bit into the weeds, but price is a little high. I'm gonna reduce that. So when I reduce the prices, I make less from it, but it's more likely that somebody's going to be able to enjoy the product. So I don't mind taking off a couple of dollars. I heart cryptids. All right. I got to decide what type of shirt. So there's a normal, this is essential tee, comfort tee. I'll add that one on because I think the comfort tee is what I normally get. But I think the essential one is pretty much the same thing. All right, I'll add the women's comfort tee. Slouchy tee is so expensive. I don't know why. I don't know. V-neck, hoodie. Oh, wait a minute. V-neck. Someone would like a V-neck. So I guess we'll do the premium one, V-neck. And I'll do a hoodie of some sort. Man, that's expensive, but I think it's worth it. If you really want the man, I'm bubbling over here. If you really want the full experience. No, what was that? Pay no attention to that. I'll bring that price down a little bit. 30. I really have no idea about the what do you call it? The conversion rates with the different, euros and stuff like that. I really don't know. I just kind of take a couple of dollars off the price each time. Which one was it that I left on the back? There we go. Okay, women's comfort tee back. For some reason it always leaves the text. It makes it really small. And that's no good. There we go. Okay. All right, man. I'm very happy with this design. Okay, so in the description, shout out to Aesthetic Waif for letting me use the word creepted. LOL. Designed live on stream for the dreamers. All right. This is going live right now, y'all. Going live right now. Yes, Samantha, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Indeed. It's not actually my real name anyway. Fun fact. Yeah. All right. Hey, Aesthetic Waif, you're very gracious. Thank you for not being weird about that word, even though, I mean, I'm sure technically you couldn't really come after me for that, but, you know, I appreciate you being a team player. So, let me show you that listing. I love cryptids. Sick. That is sick. I like it a lot. I'm gonna save that. Wait a minute, where is that? Where did that go? No, whatever. I'll figure it out. It's done. It's done. And I'm also done. Y'all, that was a journey. That was an adventure. This is sick. I love it. I love you guys. And let's see. I have to acknowledge all the amazing folks that supported the channel tonight. Uh-oh, wait, hit the wrong button there. Yeah, before I get out of here, as I am getting out of here, because I am tired. Yeah. Whoa, that was loud. All right, let's see. Sorry, I'm like lost my place over here where I'm at in my what do you call it? My listing. Okay. All right, so we've got new members tonight: Mommy Mao, Jessica Bullock, Aesthetic Waif. Super Chat sponsors Ellie, Sleepy, Leanne, Aesthetic Waif, Master Panda, Zucker, Tariko, Reed, and Samantha. So, hey, thank you all so much for coming through, supporting the channel, being here, supporting my efforts and my work today. And I had a lot of fun. I'm definitely going to do that again. That is super sick. And I created something new that didn't even, the idea didn't even exist in my head until an hour ago. And now it's available for you all to pick up if you want. And somebody better get it, because if you don't get it, then I'm probably going to get it myself. But yeah, make sure you like the video. Yeah, man, I don't even know what to say. I'm kind of blown away a little bit right now. Jorge, what's up, my friend? I've been back making stories for like 6 months, but this whole thing, this was a totally different thing. This is on another level than any live stream I've done in the past. And it's because of what we created together. We did something very special and interesting, unique today. So yeah, Jorge, yeah, go back, look at my channel. Is it's called New Age of Mr. X Dreams playlist on my channel, and you'll see like 25 videos of stuff that's been going on lately. And yeah, what I just did now is design on my iPad and on camera on stream, design a brand new design for my merch store that was basically, the idea was crowdsourced from the dreamers that were listening. And that's something that I never thought would happen. And we did it, and it's freaking sick. And I like it. I love it, in fact. So I'm going to get out of here. I've been on for 4 hours now. And I'm going to go before I pass out and take a shower, get ready for this long weekend. Man, thank you all so much for hanging out, for your ideas, for your inspiration, for contributing and participating in this show tonight. This is probably my favorite stream I've ever done, I would have to say. Definitely loved it. And thank you all so much. I appreciate you. And yeah, y'all enjoy the rest of this long weekend. I hope you get the long weekend and get to do some fun stuff, maybe on Labor Day if you're in a country or a state where that allows you to celebrate that and get the day off like I am, because I feel pretty fortunate. I know not everybody gets that, but yeah, I'm just going to ramble for another 2 hours if I don't get off now. So y'all take care. Love y'all. I'll catch you next time. Thanks again. Super awesome stream. Oh yeah, I'm Mr. X, and may your nights be full of dreams. I don't even know if I do that anymore.